on screen. Yeah, they still haven't quite got the preview lined up, to be honest. Let's see if we can find it, though, by clicking on shows. Let's scoot over here and try and get it on screen. There we go. If we go to NXT, yes, here it is. I've had to do a little bit of searching, but we got there. So this is the preview for tonight. So new NXT champion Joe Hendry is going to kick off the show. That's interesting. Jada Parker is battling with Blake Monroe. Zaruka take on Ren QCC in that high-stakes tag match. That was weird, man. They made that, didn't they, where the person that gets the pin is going to be the person that gets to face JC. So, I mean, this match is just designed to cause drama because it's not about the team necessarily that wins. It's about the person that gets the pin. So, to all intents and purposes, this is a fatal four-way. I mean, it's basically a fatal four-way in disguise. So whoever gets the pin is the real winner. Then we got Hank and Tank. They're taking on Vanity Project. I like Swipe Right. I like them a lot, actually. So that is going to be quite fun. And then we've got Eli Knight and Josh Briggs in the Speed Tournament match. So I don't think on paper this is like mind-blowing. I kind of look at this as being just a solid show. Just looks like a solid NXT. I don't think it's anything that special. But, well, we'll see. You know, going in with a slightly lowered expectation is maybe not the worst thing in the world. But let's get the chat on screen. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they've got lined up with tonight's show. As we said, maybe not one that's setting the world on fire. We do need some feedbacks. We do have another Wrestle Feud coming up, so we've got some questions for you guys. Let's put that in. So, Wrestle Feuds. Some questions for you to answer. And let's pin this at the... Oh, man, another error. Oh, I did this before. That is really flipping annoying. Yeah, another error. I don't know if you lot are having errors or not. We just had an error over on the other... Okay. Well, that has gone through, but actually me trying to put the Wrestle Feud code in will not go in. Yeah, no, it appears and then removes it straight away. Hello, William. Hope you're well. Jared, thank you, my friend, firing in some gifted memberships. Jared said, I've been a member for 5 months. Here's some gifts. Jared, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. Just trying to figure out how to put... Well, I can't, clearly. It won't let me put... I wonder if they've stopped allowing links or something to go into the chat. Don't know. Strange. I was getting errors during the quiz, said Bobster. I wonder if YouTube's having some drama today. Either way, the Wrestle Feud questions, you can answer them. The link has gone out onto my X account. So I can show you what the question. Here's the questions, look. We've only had 5 feedbacks so far, so we definitely need a boost, right? But to be honest, I've not been able to share it in the chat, so that's a bit of a drama. But hopefully with it being on my X account, people will see that throughout the night, right? What moment from WWE history would you love to see behind-the-scenes footage of? I think that's a really interesting question, actually. All those moments, big dramatic moments. What would you love to see some behind-the-scenes footage of? Then we've got, what is the best WWE triple threat match? So what do you think is the best ever WWE triple threat? What is your WWE women's dream match? I suppose that can just be anything. I've not put any stipulation or any restrictions there. So what's your WWE women's dream match? And what is the best women's tag team of all time? So if you do go over to X, which is here, you can see a link to that form there. Don't worry, it's not a virus or anything. It's literally just going to take you to that, and then you can answer it. So far, 5 people have done it. We're going to need many, many more responses than that. But it won't let me put it in the chat, which is really flipping annoying. Anyway, you're not here for that. You're here for this and some of this. So let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of this as well. If you are having a bit of trouble with the chat, just know you are not alone. We just had some trouble with it on the members side as well, which was frustrating. So, yeah, there seems to be a little bit of drama with the chat today. Boom, boom, boom. Lovely. Uncle Revel said, Daze, I couldn't post in the members after 4 attempts. I think there definitely is something wrong. Right. Okay, well, there could be something wrong here as well. I'll tell you, in the members one, it said chat as paid user. I don't have that this time. So actually, I don't even know what the problem is this time. So, yeah, I don't have that. So this is annoying, and this is a public stream as well. Kind of felt like the issues with the last one was maybe more to do with it being a member stream, but this is a public stream. I mean, there really is no reason as to why we should be having any sort of dramas. So yeah, honestly, I don't know. There's not really any settings or anything I can change with this, so hopefully people are not having too many trouble. Oh, William was able to share the link. Oh, thank you, William. Okay, I've pinned that at the top. Thank you. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I'm going to share that one, yeah. Replace pinned message. There we go. Thank you, William. Appreciate it. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Does that go through? Okay, well, okay. It's Triple H's fault, yes. Always, always. Right, Dave, shout out to you from Philadelphia, says Angel42778. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Hope Philadelphia is doing well. Oh, no. We've got some here. What's this? We have got some fan footage. Into the floor. I don't want the sounds. So this is an alternative angle of the Masked Man. I mean, I don't think it's really given us much info, is it? Well, there we go. Whoever it is lays out theory. Chucks him in the ring. Backs away. There's Heyman. Person jumps into the crowd, runs away. Logan goes chasing after him. And, you know, doesn't get him. I did see people asking if Logan had got him or not, but clearly not by the time they get to that kind of backstage area. But there we go, an alternative angle. Did we learn anything from that? No, we didn't. There's no word or rumour still as to who that person is. Nothing's come out in regards to that. Right. Let's have a look and see. I was getting errors during the quiz. What is next for Keanu Carver, says Wyatt6661. What is next for Keanu Carver? Well, I think we're just going to keep building him up, aren't we? We're just going to keep building him up. We're just going to make it so that we can get him, to be that sort of next Oba character. I think the future's looking very bright, actually, for Keanu after that ladder match. He had a real breakout performance last week. So, yeah, very good, very impressive. I think we could just keep having him murk people, get him to a mid-card, keep him credible. I would do that. I feel like Jasper Troy came in similar, very hot, and then just faded away, and now he's like the speed champion. And I don't know, it's hard to kind of really care about what he's up to. But actually, I feel different about Keanu Carver. I don't know why. I can't quite tell you why I feel different, but I feel a bit different. He feels a bit more credible. Perhaps it's because Jasper Troy comes out with that chain around his neck, and it feels a bit like he's maybe trying a bit too hard, whereas Keanu just, I mean, he let his actions and his explosiveness and his athleticism, he allowed that to speak for him more than props. You know, Jasper Troy's coming out. He's got that big chain and everything. But when the bell rings, I don't remember being as impressed with him as I was with Keanu last week. They gave him some great spots. I mean, him getting buried under all those ladders and chairs, whatever, and exploding out of that. And then I think he barges Jackson Drake, who goes flying into the barricades. And then he drives Sean Legacy through that platform. And then starts climbing the ladder. It's just him and Ricky. Ricky ends up knocking Keanu. Big spot as well. I mean, that's a big spot for anyone. I remember, didn't we have Candice LeRae take a big bump like that at SummerSlam last year? She took a massive bump, very similar. But, I mean, Keanu's a big guy. I mean, he went off a ladder in the ring all the way to the outside through a ladder that was kind of balancing between the ring and the commentary tape. That was a big spot. That was a big spot. And he took that, and I thought his performance was very impressive last week. So I'm a lot more excited about him than I am Jasper Troy. I think that we keep him in the mid-card for a bit, build him up, give him a run with that North American Championship. I mean, I think that he will be a NXT champion, but there's obviously no rush. There's no need to, go quick there, because he's someone that I think comes out of last week a slightly bigger star than he went into it. We just got to make sure that we're building him and whatever. I mean, it's going to depend on who comes in. I mean, we probably could do with bringing some guys in. You know, maybe we get Evil. I'm surprised Powerhouse Hobbs has not been added to the NXT roster, to be honest with you. I'm surprised we didn't get Powerhouse Hobbs come into NXT. So I don't know if we get David Finlay. I don't know if we get Evil. Those are two names from New Japan. Obviously, we're going to get some tryout people that are going to get added. But, I mean, we need a bit of star power, a bit of, some name recognition. But, to be honest, I suppose we can always use TNA, can't we? We've always got TNA, and we can always go and just grab a couple of people from there. I mean, if we want the Hardys to be on NXT, I'm sure we can make that work, because they're with TNA. So, I mean, you could end up having Jeff doing some singles stuff in NXT. It's great that we've got that whole talent pool that we can, work with, and we can, get Santana back if we need Santana, and we need to kind of do some work with him or whatever. So yeah, we've got TNA that we can dip into, and let's. I'm not worried. I've never been worried about NXT. I've never been worried because we've been through this so many times. I mean, I've been watching NXT since 2014. And the roster has changed, I don't know how many times over the years. I mean, you call people up, and then obviously you've got that next generation that has to step up, and then they get called up, and it's just never-ending conveyor belt. So, yeah, we've just, called up a real chunk of people. Yeah, that's going to mean that the men's division is a little bit soft in the short term, but it won't take long until that men's division kind of finds its feet. We might add, a main roster person might come down. Maybe Apollo comes down. Maybe some people come over from TNA. But whilst, maybe some experience comes in, like David Finlay, like Evil, maybe we pick up someone from AEW. But whatever happens, it's going to be fine. And all we can do whilst we're waiting for that movement is just work on building Keanu, building up Jackson Drake, building up Sean Legacy. So I would say that's a big key thing we've got to try and do tonight. I thought last week did a great job of building some of that talent, and we need to continue that this week. So, yeah, future's very bright for him. Very, very bright. Nathan said, I just got back from a concert. I lost my glasses in the mosh pit. Getting home tomorrow is going to be fun. Nathan, shout out to you. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Wiggles, it's such a fun night out whenever you go and see those guys live. I didn't know there was a mosh pit, though. I did at the Wiggles shows, but Nathan, I hope you had a good time, my friend. I don't even like wrestling, said Jared. I'm just here for Wrestling Daze. Jared, shout out to you, buds. Trini says, I hope you're all doing well. I'm just dropping by as I got a notification, but I'm on oxygen. Well, I mean, technically we're all on oxygen, Trini. They're definitely going to buff me again if I get caught. Keep me in prayers if you can. Trini, shout out to you. If ever you need a good buffing, I know William will always step up for that. So, Trini, shout out to you. Miss Trini Extraordinary. Shout out to you, my friend. Steve says, Keanu has got some aura, but Jasper Troy doesn't really have that. There is something off with that presentation. Yeah, I agree. I think that I think it feels like they've tried a bit too hard. They've tried to force aura. They've tried to give him chains and, you know, have him come out. And to be honest as well, I think he's a little bit laboured when he's actually in the ring. I mean, the great thing with Oba was that he could always back it up in the ring. He always looked good. He kind of got it. And I feel the same with Keanu. Keanu's aura is nowhere near as great as Oba's. I don't think he's as big as Oba, although I might have to double check that. I think if they were face to face, I don't think he's the same size. That could be a bit of a barrier. Maybe Keanu's a little bit Bron Breakker-esque, where he's big and he's got a good size. Like, you know, he's clearly got, you know, he's not shy on working out, but I don't know if he's got the height of like Oba. I'm not sure. But either way, Keanu definitely coming out of last week has got momentum. As a result, you know, when he comes walking out, I think there'll be some aura there. Not Oba level, but there'll be something there. I'm interested to see how we progress with all of that from last week. That will be somewhat interesting. I completely agree to compare. Hello to Edward says, greetings. And Glockness said, I keep getting weird error messages, which I've not had before. Yeah, it's an issue today. It's not something that I've done. It's not something that's... we just had it on the members stream. I was able to change a setting to sort of fix it on the members side. And now we've come here and we've got it here. I can't fix it here, though, because this is a public stream. There is no setting to change. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it might be a YouTube glitch. That's what I've kind of put it down to. There's certainly no settings that I've changed. There's certainly nothing that I've done. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just says chat. And when I put messages in, it just works okay now. So, I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I hate the rebuilding stages for NXT. I'm sure it will work out, but it could be a bit of a long drag, says Uncle Revel. YouTube is holding too many comments. It's annoying, says William. Well, that's okay. As long as we know that there is... as long as we know that there is an issue, you know, so, and you're not alone with that, so. Dad said I've answered those questions. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, if you want to provide feedback for this week's Wrestle Feuds, we are having a bit of trouble getting that link in the chat. So thanks to William. We do have it pinned at the top so you can leave your feedback. WrestleBuzz, hello, my friends. Says Daze, I just popped in. I just wanted to get opinions on Shiloh's look so far. Cheers. Yeah, I think Shiloh's a really interesting one. I feel like the road is going to be quite long for him. I think that he is is a little bit confusing for me at the moment, but not in a bad way. I think the right word would probably be intriguing. I don't know how to feel about when he gets fired up, he takes his tooth out. I think it's great pro wrestling thing, but I suppose it's not really any different to the straps coming down, is it? I mean, the straps coming down doesn't really do anything, right? Hogan, when he's hulking up and he's doing this, doesn't really do anything. So him getting fired up, taking his tooth out, it doesn't really do anything, right? But it allows the fans to start chanting toothless aggression, which they enjoy doing, right? So he's definitely got a little something with that. I suppose in a way, I've always felt the straps coming down is like freeing yourself. I don't have the strap. That's not restricting me anymore. Like I am, here we go, right? I mean, not that it was ever much of a restriction. It was just more of a gesture. But the tooth coming out, I don't know. I've never seen it before. Like, obviously, where someone takes a tooth out and the crowd start chanting toothless aggression and he fires up that way. So, pro wrestling, fun. That's, a moment that's very much uniquely his that other people can't do. So, I mean, it's good in that regard. I'd be lying if I was to say I love it, though. I'd be lying if I was to say that it's one of the greatest things I've seen. I don't know. It's fine. In regards to his character, I think we haven't really dug back into that. We had those vignettes where he was telling a lot about himself and he was talking to a camera. He was kind of a bit deadpan with his delivery, but we found out why. It's because he was just talking to a webcam, and actually he wasn't talking necessarily to us. He was just like feeding information into the computer, into the computer's AI, I think it was. That's what it was kind of revealed to be. I think he's a very intriguing individual. I think there are a lot of different directions you can take the character. We've only just got started with him. One of the big things we've done with him was like a bit of a comedy match where it was Christmas. It was him and Skylar taking on Ariana and Stax, and that was just a throwaway comedy match. I mean, to be honest, it was a bit weird because it's a little bit like having a bit of a Bray type character and putting him in like a match like that, So it was a little bit of a weird place to put him, but it shows that he can do those kind of comedy matches if needed. But I don't know. I mean, which way do you take him? I mean, do you go down that Bray Wyatt serious, he's part of a faction road, which you could? Do you go down keeping him sort of loose and not really commit to anything? Like, we could have him 1 week in a comedy match, but then another week stepping up and doing something much more serious, or, do we keep him flexible? I don't know which way you take this character. I love the options. That is not a negative. Having options is obviously a very good thing. So I think in regards to his character, it's very interesting, but I suppose I'm going to say it's undefined. Right now, it's very hard to put a label on what it is because we haven't really dug into it enough. I feel like the vignette showed me one thing, but the comedy match showed me a different thing. One thing that does stand out for him is the tooth and toothless aggression. That stands out. Promo-wise, he seems very bubbly. He seems very upbeat. That, again, would kind of go against him being like the next Bray Wyatt. Doesn't really feel like that's a direction we're pushing him in at the moment, but it is a direction we can go if we want to. So character very undefined. Promos, he seems very smiley, bubbly. He's obviously a babyface right now. That would change if he obviously became a heel. And I think in-ring is fine. I can't really recall much in-ring that has grabbed me, but then I've not seen loads of him. He certainly doesn't look lost in there. He looks very confident, competent. I mean, he doesn't strike me as an Ilya Dragunov or anyone that's got like loads of wrestling experience, but he strikes me as someone that I think is going to give a good go. he's going to give it a damn good go, you know. And I think that he could be someone that's ever improving behind the scenes. I think he's a very interesting work in progress. I think he's a very good person to have on the roster. I don't think we found his final form at the moment. I think that right now he feels like a lump of clay and we can mold him to whatever we want him to be. And I don't think right now we're worried about that. I think right now what we're worried about is just getting him on TV, putting him in some stories, getting him used to being out there in front of the crowd, in front of a camera, getting people used to him and Toothless Aggression, sort of seeing where some of this thing leads us. Let in what's happening kind of dictate where we go next. Obviously, put him in some feuds, that's fine. But when it comes to what do we want to focus on, what do we want this character to be, we can sort of allow it to organically show itself. So I'd say there's no rush. It's not like he's going to go up on the main roster this year or even next year. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if he's not hitting the roster until like 2028. I mean, he's only just arrived in NXT. We got plenty of time. So I think we are in very early stages with him. So I like him a lot. I think there's definitely something to work with there. It's just which direction do we take him? Yeah. So WrestleBuzz, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. William said Toothless Obsession Bushwhackers on town. Oh, if he was the new Bushwhacker, Jesus Christ, give him the moon, give him all the belts. Flipping, I loved the Bushwhackers as a kid. I absolutely loved them. I think when you've got comedy characters, like you watch so much stuff that's like serious that if someone can make you smile and make you laugh, there's a special place in your heart for them people. This is why R-Truth enjoys such love from the WWE fans. This is why Chelsea Green is like so loved as well. There's just a special place in your heart for someone that you can make you laugh, because there's so much on the show that's not humorous. There's so much on the show. Like, there was very little yesterday on Raw that was funny. And actually, I said in my breakdown, it was quite dry. It felt like we did need some more humor. Really felt like we needed like an R-Truth type character. I feel like R-Truth's shtick is not getting old, but I don't know. I'd like a different comedy character other than R-Truth that maybe finds comedy by not just getting confused and not getting mixed up, but, you know, gets comedy a different way. I kind of felt like that was missing yesterday on Raw. Becky with her OTT stuff, it divides opinion. I thought it was pretty fun. I wasn't against that. I thought the open was okay. Pretty solid, yeah. I mean, it got us to a match I was not expecting. It's always good to see AJ Lee. I mean, gods, she was one of the names that I was like so desperate to see return. Couldn't believe it when she did finally come back. So always a pleasure to see AJ Lee on the show. And yeah, it was fine for me, but I could understand people being critical. But yeah, God, if you can provide comedy and put a smile on people's faces, that is worth its weight in gold. This is where Shiloh might be quite good. I mean, I think because of his bubbly personality and his tooth and all the stories he's got and everything, he has got potential to kind of be a bit of a comedy guy, but not a comedy guy that's going to like job out to people, but a comedy guy that can back it up in the ring as well. But again, do you want to go that way? Because there's a lot of people looking at him going, wow, he's got that sort of mystique, that mystery that he could be the next Bray Wyatt. I mean, we've heard that tag quite a few times, of course. I mean, Joe Gacy had that tag when we had Schism, and Gacy was the leader of that group. And, you know, currently he is in the Wyatt Six. So, I mean, that didn't turn out too bad for him. But, yes, Shiloh, I think, has got that sort of bayou creepiness, you know, that sort of the Wyatt family vibe to him. You could easily see Shiloh being in the Wyatt family. If the Wyatt family was still around and needed a new member, you could easily put Shiloh in there. So yeah, but Bushwhackers, they very much appealed to me when I was young. I flipping loved those guys. They should do the tooth thing in big matches. Like, he takes it out and it's like, oh no. I think they will do the tooth thing on a regular basis. It feels like his fired up spot. It feels like his version of the straps coming down. It's like when he's ready to make that comeback, the tooth comes out, he holds it up, the crowd go crazy, toothless aggression gets chanted. Like, yeah, I think you will see that on a regular basis. We've already seen it on a regular basis as it is. And it's getting a really good reaction, so I don't think it's going to go away anywhere. Unless he turns heel and then doesn't want that kind of a reaction, you know. Wyatt said, Daze, how do we feel about Team PC? Do we think they're doing good work? Yeah, I'm struggling with that. In Evolve at the moment, we've got a story where it's like Team PC versus Team ID. So it's basically Team Next in Line taking on Team ID. I think the idea is good. But I just find the execution of it to be a bit underwhelming. So, I mean, part of the problem is you don't really know who's ID and who's next in line. Like, it's Gall. I have no idea which team he should be on. So it kind of makes it difficult to know who's on what side. And there's not been any animosity before this feuds. So as a result, like, all of a sudden it feels like we're now trying to manufacture drama that was never there before. We're trying to manufacture it now. And as well as that, I sort of feel like their takeover show was a bit nonsensical. I mean, they took over the show and they could have done anything. I mean, an example was there was a triple threat on the show, opened up the show. And all of a sudden they announced this is now a weapons match. But the thing is that a triple threat, you can use weapons because there's no DQ anyway. There's no DQ in a triple threat. If someone wanted to grab a chair and a kendo stick and whatever, they absolutely could have. So, I don't know, like, even like little things like that where you go, that doesn't make any sense. I don't even understand that. There's just a few bits about, and to be honest, a lot of this talent that we're trying to present is talent that we're kind of new to. We obviously have lost Vanity Projects, or we're about to lose them. We're about to lose Keanu Carver. We're about to lose Sean Legacy. You know, there's actually been quite a few that have come from Evolve that we've been watching that now find themselves on NXT. So we've had that sort of first wave hit NXT from Evolve. And it's great watching Evolve so that you can be ahead of that curve. But it's clear that they're trying to show you who the replacements are going to be. You know, they're trying to show you who is in Evolve and who is going to be replacing these people. We're seeing more of Sam Holloway, for example. Obviously, we've been doing a lot of Riggins and Presley. There's just a few that are around, but the way that they're trying to navigate these waters is with this Team PC, Team ID story, and it's just not been grabbing me. I think we could have been doing something more interesting than this. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I'd like for this story to either improve or wrap it up, and let's do something else. This is one of my sort of, got to be honest, least favourite times for Evolve. Evolve, I think, has been really good. And, you know, when Evolve first started, we were watching Kendall Gray, we were watching Callie Armstrong, we were watching Sean Legacy, we were watching Vanity Project, Jackson Drake, the first champ, still got that belt. Swipe Right, obviously in Vanity Project, really good tag team. And actually, you know, the roster, Keanu Carver, the big guy muscle, you know, we're watching these people and they're good. And they were putting on some decent stuff. And I'm not just saying this, but on a fairly consistent basis, you will get a great match in Evolve. There will be a match where you're like, certainly if Kendall's in action. I mean, if Kendall Gray's competing, then there's a good chance her match is going to be great. I mean, Carmen Petrovic is down there at the moment. We had Smiley Kylie Ray battling Wendy Chu. So, I mean, you know, Thingy Brooks Jensen is down there. So, Dante Chen is used quite often down there. So, you know, we've got people that are featured on NXT that are... Nikita Lyons is down in Evolve at the moment. So there's people that featured on NXT that are being used. So there's a few familiar faces, but then they're mixed in with some of that talent that's really ready for NXT and is now showing themselves on NXT. And so it's been good. I mean, I would speak fairly highly. I think for a 45-minute show each week, it's, you know, it's worth a watch. I mean, it really depends how much you're into WWE. If NXT is enough for you, and I'll watch it when they arrive, right? I'm not interested. That's absolutely fine. Like, you don't need to go down to Evolve. There's nothing there that's like, oh, you need to see this. But if you just want that little bit more, you want to know who's about to hit NXT. And I mean, look at the impression Kendall has made straight out the gate. That was not a surprise for those of us that were watching Evolve that she was going to make that kind of an impact. She was killing it in Evolve. Keanu's doing a great job. Callie Armstrong is going to be one to watch. Callie Armstrong is great. She's also a great talent. Different, bigger, stronger. She's a little bit like Jade Cargill that can wrestle. Kind of crossed with Bianca. She's got a little bit more sort of street attitude to her, I would say, than maybe Jade does. But maybe there's a bit of Jada Parker in there. Perhaps it's like Jade mixed with Jada and a sprinkle of Bianca. That's what you get with Callie Armstrong. Too Strong Armstrong. She's jacked, man. She looks great. So she's one to keep an eye out for. But yeah, I love Evolve. I'm just not taken really with the current story of PCID. But yeah, it's all right. We still see the occasional good match. We still, you know, get entertained. Have we got a championship match this week? I can't remember. Kendall might be defending the belt this week, tomorrow. I can't remember. Daze, do we think Triple H is at risk of being replaced or removed based on ratings? Who would we like to step up? I don't think he's at risk. I think the ratings are holding, and actually there's a bit of confusion around the ratings because they've just changed the way the ratings get worked out, and we've been kind of talking about it. Now, I've been very honest in saying I'm not really paying much attention to the ratings over this next couple of weeks because they've just changed how they work them out. And the way they work them out is now changing the numbers by a good couple of 100,000. So all of a sudden it looks like, you know, these ratings are looking really, really good, but nothing has changed. It's literally just because of the way the ratings are being worked out. So the whole thing is very messy. I sort of feel like when it comes to ratings, the reason why we look at them is so we can understand how the shows are performing. If I can't have confidence that the numbers are going to give me accurate information at the moment, if I don't have confidence that the ratings are going to be able to tell me if a show is performing well or not, I'm not going to bother looking at them. It's the only point, isn't it? The only reason why you would look at ratings is to gauge whether a show is doing well or not. And because the rating system has just changed, the numbers have increased by a couple of 100,000. You can look at that and go, wow, that's great. But is it? It might be no different than any other week. It's just that the way they work the ratings out has changed. So I think the best way to sort of use the ratings is to get a couple of weeks worth of data and then go, okay, last week it did 1.1 million. This week it did 1 million. I know that it's down compared to itself last week, or I know that it's up compared to itself last week. So ratings is very, very messy right now. So as I said, as a result, I'm just sort of letting it settle down. We'll give it a few weeks. We'll then have a look at the few weeks and we'll just compare SmackDown with SmackDown. We'll compare Raw with Raw, NXT with NXT. I'm not interested in comparing AEW to WWE right now because, again, it's changed and it's messy and I'm not interested. I don't feel I can give you accurate information. I don't feel like I can give you good info. I mean, you've been at work all day. If we're going to talk ratings, you want to know, is something doing well? Is it not doing well? Is it in a good place? Is it in a bad place? I don't think I can give you that info right now. So, because of the change. So, I'm just staying away from it. But what I will say is because of that, how messy it is, certainly the landscape is looking healthier because the numbers have all increased. So I don't think there is like any extra pressure on Triple H. I don't think there is any pressure for him to like be losing his job or anything. And actually, when it comes to ratings, because of that new rating system, the numbers have actually gone up. So I think that let's see how this WrestleMania season goes, and let's see how WrestleMania goes, and kind of take it from there. Ronnie said, how's everyone doing? Do we think we could benefit from a Velocity or a Sunday Night Heat, an edgy show where the talent has some character development with freedom? Well, I mean, Heat tended to be focused a bit more on the lower end of the cards. It started off with some high profile matches, but kind of started to focus a bit lower down on the card. I think it's going to be hard to do edgy programming because WWE is a PG product, and the kids are going to want to watch, anything that's WWE. And if it's WWE, the parents are probably going to let the kids watch it, not knowing that, or not that show. That is actually the edgier WWE. Like, I think WWE just want all of their programming to be under that PG umbrella, and I do understand that. I think, though, anything that can dig into character development is going to be a thumbs up from me, but I don't think I would do that on a separate show, because people are not necessarily going to watch that. People are very conditioned now to watching Raw, SmackDown, PLEs. If you drop in another new show, but that one focuses a bit more on just character work, I can't guarantee that people will, I can't guarantee enough people are going to bring that in to their viewing habit to actually, I suppose the bottom line is, you should be doing this on Raw and SmackDown. That's what it comes down to. People watch Raw and SmackDown. You shouldn't really need another show for character development. Like, just do it on Raw and SmackDown. Do it on the shows people are already watching. So, not something I would be campaigning for, to be honest. I think there's enough wrestling in the week from WWE with Raw, NXT, SmackDown, Evolve if you want to watch it, Main Event if you want to watch it, constantly little clips and exclusives and bits going up from stuff on YouTube, wrestlers tweeting out things, and you can make an argument there's a degree of character development that can be found on social media these days. So you've got wrestlers putting stuff out that way as well. I don't know, man. If you can't get it right with that amount of TV time, then I'm not sure I'd have any confidence that they could get it right if they added an extra show. So, don't know. There was an argument of, do you do an extra show to take the low end of the card and put that on that show, leaving Raw and SmackDown to just focus on the top end of the card? Kind of thought that was interesting. That interested me a bit more. Do you move that talent? But again, what kind of views are you going to get on a show that only focuses on the lower end? I mean, what kind of view? I mean, they're going to want that show to get views, obviously, but can you even do that? I mean, what would you have lost, like Natty and Maxine? What would we have removed? I mean, we had Usos Alpha Academy. That was a tag title match. You can't lose that. Rhea, Lyra, Ivy was a qualifier. Don't think you would lose that from Raw, because that was a way of getting Rhea on the show. Maxine, Natty, you could probably move. Maybe the El Grande stuff you could move. But then I suppose you get the question of, well, how do you get these people over if they're not on Raw? If they're not going to be in, because if you do a Sunday Night Heat show, that's clearly not going to get the same views as Raw or SmackDown, right? Certainly if it's going to be focused on the bottom end of the card. So if that is the case, then how are you gonna get views on Maxine, Natty, El Grande? How do you get those superstars over? So yeah, I think to me it strikes me as a bit of a can of worms, a bit of it might be one step forward but then one step back at the same time. So interesting. Maybe there could be a usage found. There might be something you could do with it, but don't know. It's a tricky one. I wouldn't be against using it for like the way it used to get used, which is you put like pay-per-view pre-show matches on it. But I mean, the countdowns now are like 2 hours. So what are you going to do? Heat before the countdown? You can't do it at the same time. So, I mean, would you really do that? I don't think you would. So, I mean, I don't even think that would work anymore. So, yeah, hard to say how that would get used. I mean, really, low end of the card, you could make an argument, is sort of what we do with main event. No one really watches that. Perhaps they should make main event a bit of a brand or something, but I don't know. I think we're getting a bit away off the point, aren't we? Jared said, how come I wasn't in the list of nominations? What a heel. How come I wasn't in the list of nominations? I don't know what that means. Are you talking about the Hall of Fame? If you talk about the Hall of Fame, that list of the people that are in, that's not a list of nominations. Those are the people that are already in, you boomer. People are nominated in the comments as to who they want. I haven't looked to see who's been nominated, but if you are a member, then feel free to leave who you want to be nominated for the Hall of Fame, and then we will get the top 4 responses, and then we'll put that into a poll. William said, life in America, the banks own everything we do. It's how we live. We get a bigger loan and then pay it off. Calvin, shout out to you, buds. I hope you're well. Johnny said, WWE should get rid of NXT. NXT is not what it used to be. Well, I disagree. But to each their own. Hannah said, Daze, some potential big wrestling names that could miss WrestleMania this year. Sheamus, Bayley, Raquel, New Day, Wrestling Daze. Ronnie said they've ruined Montez. Akeem said, Daze, are we getting a turkey bologna mania this year? Maybe next year Saudi is going to get steak and lobster. Well, I mean, they've only announced one match, and people I think are okay with it, which is Punk Roman. Obviously, there's rumors of other matches. It's kind of hard to be down on Becky, AJ Lee, but apparently we are still getting that. But of course, you know, is it going to be as appealing after we've seen AJ already wrestle in Chicago? Don't know. That's an interesting one. I'm not down on it. I'm still not down on it. Jade Bianca is the belief. I'm not down on that, but of course it's going to be interesting to see if Jade can have a good match. Liv, Stephanie, not down on that. Hopefully that's the match we've been waiting for Stephanie to have. Stephanie, for me, just, it's not worked. I think that we have really relied a lot on that Devil's Kiss. I think that people like her, but I mean, you've just gone and changed her music, which sucks, which is frustrating. And I think that there's a lot that we need to change there. So I sort of look at where we are and what we've got rumored, and I think it's okay, but I don't know, until the card is actually announced. I don't know that people have necessarily. It's really hard at the moment. It's hard because, like, there's not much in the way that's been announced. The rumored matches are not really generating much hype. I mean, they've sold 30-odd thousand tickets for WrestleMania, and that is down, right? That's down on where they would like to be. So we're in a situation where the buzz isn't really driving ticket sales and isn't really creating the hype I think they would like. But then you can make the counterpoint of, well, they've only announced one match. They've only announced one match. They've only announced Roman CM Punk. I think they were under the impression that was going to really move tickets. And at the moment, it's not. At the moment, it's not shifting tickets on the scale I think they would like to see it shifting tickets. I still stand by what I've said, though, and that is that you sort of gave us that match last year. I mean, we did that match when we did Roman, Punk, and Seth. And it was a big thing where those three were battling and Heyman was involved and Heyman came down with Punk and Roman didn't like it. And I sort of feel like you took the edge off this year's match by doing all of that last year. I mean, if we had not done that last year, I would be a lot more excited for Punk Roman this year. So I don't know. I don't feel confident, or I don't feel that I can say that this year's WrestleMania card is not good. There's matches there that I don't mind. There's matches there that I think are, fine. I suppose what's missing, and I don't know if this is missing for you, but this is definitely missing for me, right? I think what's missing so far with all of the rumoured WrestleMania matches is that one big match that I truly feel invested in. That's what's missing. You see, Roman has been champion not that long ago, and he had one of the most historic title runs in the history of WWE, right? So his title run is one that we remember and will always remember. That Bloodline story, it was massive, right? It brought so many people back to wrestling, and records were being broken. And, you know, the fact that he held that Universal Championship for like 4 years. I mean, who would think that you could even do that in this day and age? Absolutely incredible. So Roman not being champ is sort of okay, even now for me, because he's part-time. And he's the biggest star. I mean, I have no qualms about saying that he's the biggest star, and I'd have no problem with him winning the belt. But what I don't have is this hunger, this desire, this need for him to become champion. And I think it's because I've just seen one of the greatest title runs of all time. And I feel like, for me, that is like job done for Roman in many ways. I kind of want to see... I want to see someone else get that moment. I think they fumbled Cody. I've said that many times. I think Cody should be on an amazing run right now, and we should be enjoying it just like we was enjoying the Bloodline. But creatively, they just did not give him the backing. And what they did was they just gave him like pointless feuds. Just, right, face that person. Now you're facing this person. I mean, he took on Solo Sikoa at SummerSlam. The SummerSlam after he beat Roman, the big next story for him was, you know, he did a great little match with AJ. I mean, that was brilliant. That was fine for Backlash. It was just like a quick little follow-up show to WrestleMania. Brilliant. Banger. One of the best matches in recent years. But we're talking about the big feuds that he got his teeth into, those big stories that had twists and turns. And I mean, they followed it up with Solo. And to be honest with you, Solo was not ready for that level. And it felt like it was just a way of bringing Roman back. And, you know, it really underwhelmed. And I think in there was like a one-off match with Logan. And, you know, he does eventually get to an interesting feud with Kevin, where the Winged Eagle was involved. Do you remember all of that? We brought the Winged Eagle back. I had a great match in early 2025, which was really horrific. You know, kind of anything went with ladders and all this, and it was brilliant. So, I mean, that was good. But then he got involved in, like, the John Cena stuff, and that was awful. I mean, the John Cena heel run is not looked back on with fondness. And, you know, the crowd are still with John, even though he's a heel, and that's not great for Cody. I mean, Cody goes into WrestleMania as the babyface going up against heel John, but it was John's final WrestleMania, and it was John trying to win 17. Of course, the crowd were with John. Of course they were. So, I mean, that didn't go well. That didn't go to plan for many different reasons. And then, of course, he does the rematch just as people are maybe starting to get behind Cody a bit more. You know, they're not as desperate to see John win because he's already achieved 17 at SummerSlam. And on the flipping go-home SmackDown, they turn John babyface. And all of a sudden, all the fans are back behind John again. So that means that SummerSlam last year, we had another kind of anti-Cody crowd. I mean, honestly, the booking has been absolutely atrocious. Atrocious. And, you know, I'm really pleased to hear Roman come out and basically say that. You know, I stepped away like nearly 2 years ago from the title picture. And creatively, we have just not kept up. And I completely agree with him. But the problem is, I'm not sitting here going, let's put that belt back on Roman. Because he is part-time, only this time he doesn't have the bloodline. And I feel like I've seen his title run. So, but equally, I'm not like desperate for CM Punk to retain it because, well, I like Roman. This is not an anti-Roman message. I'm just being honest that Punk, Roman, I don't really care which way it goes. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not bothered. You want to put the belt on Roman, do it, fine. Okay, keep it on Punk, whatever, fine. I just don't care. I just don't care. So that match is meant to be the big, oh my God, everyone's desperate to see this. It ain't landing that way for me. And then on the other one, you've got Drew Cody. And I suppose that one, I would like Cody to get the belt back because I'm just so desperate for him to have that run. I don't think he's had it. I don't think he's had that world title run, that WWE champ that he's going to get remembered for. He's had the moment at WrestleMania 40. He'll be remembered for that. But the run that followed was not good enough. But the thing is, let's say we put the belt back on Cody. Are they going to give him the run? Is he going to have the run? Or are they just going to botch it again? And creatively, it's going to be really redundant once more. It's probably going to be redundant. They're probably just going to botch it again. So, should I root for that? Because I don't have confidence in WWE Creative to fix, you know, the problems of the past. So, I don't know. Should I just root for Drew to keep it as a heel? I don't know. Like, even that, I find myself going, well, I like Cody. I think he's a nice person. I feel sorry that it took him all that time to get to the mountaintop and then they treated him so badly with creative that this is why I find myself going, yeah, I'd like him to have that run. I'd like him to, you know, he's a nice guy and I respect him. He's a good wrestler. I enjoy his matches. I'd like him to have that run. So I find myself sort of rooting that he gets the belt back, but I just don't have confidence that they're going to give him that run. So that's not doing it. You know, at least at WrestleMania 40, I could root for Cody, you know, and I could get behind Cody. But this year, I don't know. Those are the two main events. And I'm not rooting for Jacob. I mean, I feel like that's been a bit too soon. Him getting to that level. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like Oba has got better aura than Jacob right now. I feel like Jacob is someone that's had his injury issues recently and he's struggling with momentum. Like right now, Jacob is not this badass that's like, oh my God, I hope we put the belt on him. I have felt that way in the past. I do not feel that way right now. So if Jacob gets added to that match, he's not going to be the guy that I particularly root for at the moment. His aura is not where it was due to the time away. And actually, I thought the way they brought him back was strange. It's a bit weird. I mean, he's been feuding with Cody. And so, I don't know, is Jacob a heel? But he's not really a heel. But like, we're doing a Cody Jacob thing. I mean, once again, we find ourselves in a situation where you go, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I don't know, man. I look at those two main events and I'm like, I just can't find what I'm meant to root for. I can't find what I'm, wrestling used to be so simple. You build up a baby face, you hold them down, you build up a heel, you smash them at WrestleMania, we all root for the babyface, babyface gets the job done, we all feel happy and we go home. And it's like, I know you can't do that every time, but like, yeah, I mean, we ain't got nothing like that. We haven't got anything like that at all, seemingly, for this year's WrestleMania. So, yeah, there is a concern, I would say, with the top end of the card. I think the rest of the card looks okay. I'm really not down on, and I'm not even down on those main events. They're okay. They're watchable. They'll be interesting. But, I don't know, they also feel like matches that I'm just not engaged with right now. Maybe that'll change on the road. Perhaps it'll improve as we get further down the road to WrestleMania, but just right now, that is my honest thoughts about the top end of the card that's rumoured. But, Becky AJ, I like that. But, of course, we are doing it at Elimination Chamber, so as we said, does that take some away? Jade Bianca, I'm not down on that, but how good of a match is it going to be? Braun, we don't know if he's going to make it. It was meant to be Braun Seth. But now there's big questions around if he's going to make it because of this hernia issue. So we don't even know if we're going to get that match now. I don't know what we're doing with Brock. I mean, Brock, Gunther, Brock, Ober. Perhaps there could be something in that, maybe. I'll definitely be rooting for Gunther or Ober in that one, because I feel like they're the future. They've got momentum. I wouldn't want to see that get derailed by Brock. So that would be a match that, at least I'd have someone to root for in that one. But don't quite know what we're doing with Brock this year. He'll definitely have a big match. Could be Ober. Could be Gunther. Could be anyone, really. So Liv, Stephanie, that'll be okay. Not sure who I'm rooting for. I think I'm just rooting for that one to be like a really good match. We need that for Stephanie. So, yeah, lots, man. Honestly, there's so much when it comes to this year's WrestleMania that just I'm very conflicted about. I feel like the rumoured card, it feels fine. It's not a disaster. But if I'm being really honest with you, is there anything that's like really grabbing me that's like, oh my God, I cannot wait for WrestleMania? Daniel Bryan trying to win the title. That was a big thing. Daniel Bryan trying to win the title. Or, what we did with like Cody. Maybe the truth is that there's quite a few WrestleManias, if you think about it, where you maybe don't have that, oh my God, I really hope this person wins. Perhaps there's quite a few where that happens, and it's just going to be one of those years. Lots there to have a think about. Lots there to dig into. Jared said, I could be a boomer, but you still love me. And as crazy as it sounds, I don't think they see Cody as that guy anymore. They seem to be investing and throwing eggs in that basket for Braun Breaker. Yeah, I think they do see Cody as being a top guy. Whether they see him as being the quarterback anymore, I don't know. I think that they do have a problem. I mean, kids love him, and merch sales are fantastic. And the last we heard was that and again, it's Wrestling Observer, we know that's hit and miss, yeah? But last we heard is that they don't know whether to really get behind a heel turn or not, because they don't want to rock the boat with the merch, and the numbers are saying that Cody is really connected with that younger demo. And yeah, I memean, it's quite clear that online is like drifting away from Cody, and it's quite clear that there's a demo of I wouldn't know the age, but male 25 plus is maybe drifting away from Cody. But there's plenty of other demos that are staying with Cody. So WWE are facing that age-old problem, which is not Cody exclusive, where you go, he's basically the let's go Cena sucks guy now for this generation. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. That's where we are with Cody. We had it with Roman. Kids loved him. Big dog. Sold loads of merch. People just thought he was being shoved down their throats and thought he was cringe. And, you know, the hardcores didn't like him. This is the exact same thing that happens time after time after time. I do think it's happened quite quickly for Cody, and I do blame creative, but I don't know. I mean, look, we got to admit that this is where we are, and I don't know what's going through creative's minds. Are they looking at it going, listen, this is what happens. This is no drama. This is just what goes down. This is what happens. It's always happened before. It will always happen in the future. Once you have become successful and reached the mountaintop, it's very hard to get people to stay on board with you, because there's others like LA Knight that they are seeing trying to climb that mountain, that they want to throw their support behind that person instead, you know, rather than supporting the guy now that has made it. So I don't know if they see him as the quarterback anymore, but I think the fact that, you know, he's just main evented 39, 40, 41, is rumoured to be main event in 42. I think it's, you know, it's obviously a fantastic sign that he has been in a very good position. Seems like he's still there at the moment. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it also feels like there's a bit of change, doesn't there, in the air? But is it change that is going to take him out of that main event spot? Or is it change that is going to evolve his character? I think we saw a little bit of fire and a bit of character work on Friday when he came out. You know, he attacked Drew, got in the ring, started delivering quite a fiery promo, quite a passionate promo. It was pretty good. It was better. I would say the Drew one later was better than the Cody one. I feel like Drew being a heel means that he can go off on the baby faces and just not care. He's got more of a freedom to do that than I think the Cody does. But this is maybe something WWE need to look at. Maybe Cody should be given a bit more freedom to kind of go off on the baby faces, but do it in a way where, you know, he's just sort of, don't step on my toes. You know, I love you guys and I've got all the time in the world for you, but I'll stand my ground if I feel like I need to. And, you know, you overstep the mark on some of your comments on Monday or whatever. And I don't know, it's a tightrope actually with Cody being such a white meat babyface. Cody is a good wrestler, but he sucks with the promos. He speaks word salad nonsense, says Tool. Yeah, I think that it is. King Notorious said, how about Roman versus It's Gal? I would care then. I love It's Gal. It's Gal is like, just cares about himself and he's jacked. And he's quite fun, actually. He likes to pose and go, it's Gal! It's Gal! And he has his studometer. He's got like, kind of like Jay Uso shades. And he likes to like show off. And he's fun. I find him to be quite fun. And I do like him. He's one of those... He's one of those fun heels that where you can see just getting embarrassed. You know, a bit like The Miz. You know, when The Miz is like a heel and he's coming out saying he's awesome. And then, you know, you got people saying he's got tiny balls and he's like reacting like this. And Maurice is like, oh my God, how dare you say that? And like, you know, it's that kind of silly heel stuff. That's what It's Got. Vince would love It's Goal. Vince would love It's Goal. Because I could see It's Goal getting into some of that toilet humor type stuff that Vince loved. And, yeah. So, I am a fan of It's Goal. He's on Evolve. And he's not going to be a big star. I'm not going to make that claim. But he's just someone that when he's on, he puts a smile on my face. And there ain't loads of them around at the moment, I can tell you. Rob said, LA Knight actually gives the fans the shirt off his back, is a great guy. Kids are not the only ones that like wrestling, said Salaria. That's true. Roman should beat Roman for the title. But when is Seth coming back? They both said they hate Punk. Buy out Moxley's AEW contract. He doesn't want to come back. The thing with Moxley is that he loves blood, doesn't he? He loves blood. He loves violence. He's always leaned that way. And WWE being a PG product, it's just not a natural fit for him. I think he was very frustrated with what the limitations were. And I think that you don't have those limitations in AEW. Genuinely, I don't think it's a case of buying his contract out. I just don't think he wants to come back at all. I don't think WWE is the right home for him. So whether he'll come back and do a final run or not, I don't know. I think he's really enjoying and enjoyed his time in AEW. I think it allows him to do those kind of blood. I think it allows him to... He's someone that's made a lot of money, and I think that he is someone that just wants to have fun at work, and he wants to express himself, and he wants to do the kind of wrestling and the kind of matches and put in the kind of performance that he wants. And that is a kind of performance and a kind of wrestling that really pushes boundaries and, you know, people busted open and putting on moments and matches that people will talk about and remember and actually go much further than you can in WWE. And I think that is a real problem for WWE. If it was just a case of, you know, when his contract comes up, let's give him an offer, let's see if we can bring him back, we would have done that. We will have done that. Because there's so much money in a Shield reunion. There's so much money in a Shield triple threat. But I just don't think he's interested in that at all. At all. Daze, hello, Hannah. I always thought Tommy Toy Travels could have been a great YouTuber, but Tony said nana and depressed his passion with horrible booking. I hope he streams in the future. I think he... listen, Tommy Toy Travels is always going to be regarded as a great YouTuber. I think look, this is subjective, but if there was a wrestling YouTuber Hall of Fame, in my mind, Tommy would go in, along with Grimm's Toy Shows. I think that it's maybe an era of YouTube wrestling that is now long forgotten. I don't know how many people were really around in that sort of 2015, 2016. I mean, that's like over 10 years ago now, you know? I don't know how many people were really around at that point and engaging with YouTube, but, you know, Tommy was doing some brilliant figure work, like really fun figure videos, fun figure reviews, really fun. I loved his toy hunts. I mean, my toy hunts were sort of inspired by Grimm's toy hunts and Tommy's toy hunts, and my toy hunts kind of were inspired. And I was fortunate because I could do the UK where they couldn't. I mean, you got Grimm and you got Tommy both in America, so, you know, I knew that I could show shops that weren't really being shown, like Smith's. I mean, there's loads of people doing it now, so, you know, it's one of those where I was very fortunate to be kind of around at the time that I was around. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think with Tommy, he doesn't quite know what he wants to do these days. I don't even know if he's really got a passion for being like a creator anymore. I think he did it. He expressed himself. He kind of explored it. And then, I don't know, I think he got a job, met a girl, whatever. So, I don't know. But I think for me, his contribution has already been made. Even if he doesn't do anything anymore, I would have no qualms whatsoever saying that he was like a key contributor back in the day to wrestling YouTube. I genuinely, I've said this before, I don't watch any wrestling YouTube stuff much now. The only stuff I might watch is a bit of like Wrestling Observer when they put their like videos out, or Jim Cornette podcast, or Something to Wrestle With. those kinds of things. But I just don't. I mean, there's so much that's out there now. But I know back in the day, obviously you had the What Culture guys that are now really the Cultaholic guys, and you had Wrestle Talk, and those guys are still around. You had Grim, and you had Wrestling with Regret, a great channel. I got nothing but time for that Wrestling with Regret channel. I think it's brilliant work, great stuff. So these actually there was, and a lot of you might not know this, but there was a big get together that Wrestling with Regret organized, where he got What Culture, Grim, I think it was JD from New York, Joe Cronin is his name. I've only seen his show a few times. But these were like some of the biggest names. I feel like, what's the Going In Raw guys? Steven Larson, is it? Those guys. I've never really watched their show, but whenever I've seen clips or anything, they always seem great, really likable people. So, yeah, there was this big kind of YouTuber meetup, wrestling YouTuber meetup. I want to say it was connected to WrestleMania 33. I want to say it was about 9 years ago now. And it was called Internet Darlings. And there's actually footage you can find of it, of all of those people in a room with an audience doing like a panel thing. And there was a bit of drama around that, because there was one YouTuber that got invited, which was the Whole Effing Show. And they got invited, but they are kind of like, their look at wrestling is where they swear and they really don't care about what they say. They very much, I think as a badge of honor, lean into wrestling content creation from a troll's point of view. Honestly, they did not care. They would use any and every word under the sun. I mean, I've seen shows where they've used the N word, and they just there's no filter, zero filter, and they talk about wrestling, and they just go off on the wrestlers, they go off on the booking, they just whatever, right? There was no restrictions, no barriers. If you was easily offended, you would have fainted at the content they were putting out. But they managed to attract a large following as a result of, I think like that was back then just seen as being, I don't know, cool. I don't know. Just like, oh man, these guys don't care. They'll just say whatever, right? That sort of freedom was, I don't know, they found an audience. And they got invited to this thing. And I think What Culture said, well, if they're going, we're not going. There's no way we're sharing a stage with them. And I think it was Adam Blompier, or Blompier, whatever his name is. He said, I'm going to pull out them if they're going. And so then they had to uninvite them. And then they responded with a video where they just went off. And it was this big drama that played out in the wrestling YouTube. I remember that. It was about 9 odd years ago, and there was this big drama that kind of all played out. The show ended up still going ahead, but if ever you want to dig into some wrestling YouTube folklore, then go down the Internet Darlings wrestling thing. That's a real wormhole that you can go down into, and there was lots of drama and stuff like that. So yeah, cut a long story short, back in the day, I would have had Tommy Toy Travels, and certainly Grim. I would have had them as being right up there when it came to like contributing, No haircut for the United strands. Oh, did it finish 1-0? I didn't see what the score was. I saw we were losing with like 15 minutes to go, but I had to do a member stream. 1-1. Wow, 96th minute. 1-1, that is annoying. Very annoying for that guy, but I don't know, is it? Because that means that everyone's going to be talking about him, which is probably not a bad thing, is it? As soon as he cuts his hair, it's over, isn't it? So this might actually be perfect for him. That way we won 4 in a row, then we draw number 5. Now we've got to start all over again. Do you know Joe Cronin made fun of you on his show, says Johnny. I got sent a clip where I didn't really watch it, honestly. I don't know if my name got mentioned or if he watched a clip or something like that and he seemed to pull a funny face or something. I don't care. I'm not interested. I got nothing bad to say about him. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing bad to say about him. I ain't got nothing bad to say about anyone. I don't watch. I genuinely don't watch. So, I mean, I think it's one of those, isn't it, where, you know, I create content and everyone is entitled to their opinion about anything that I say or the way that I produce that content. I mean, we're critical of WWE with what they put out, sometimes good, sometimes bad. I would be a hypocrite if people weren't doing that of the content I put out. So that doesn't bother me in the slightest. It doesn't bother me if he wants to make fun of me, wants to make fun of the content. You know, I'm kind of out there putting out stuff just like WWE are. And, you know, if people don't agree, in my opinion, I can't speak specifically on it because I didn't really pay attention. I got sent it. But to be honest, it was a little while ago now. Unless he does it on a regular basis, I don't know. I ain't got nothing bad to say about him. Word Live Cena fan said Daze Natty could cost AJ Lee the title at Chamber, and that's how AJ Lee gets a rematch against Becky at Mania. Thoughts? Natty could cost AJ Lee the title, yes, and that's how AJ gets a rematch against Becky. That could happen. I think there's lots of ways. I mean, to be honest, it could be like a double count out. It could be that Becky wins thanks to shenanigans, like by grabbing tights. It could be that there's outside interference. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a little tricky getting Natty in there because I think she's still going to have a Maxine problem. So Natty sort of picking a fight with AJ Lee. I mean, I suppose they could do a TV match. I mean, you could juggle AJ Lee and Maxine, but it feels like Natty has got a Maxine problem. It feels like AJ Lee is obviously with Becky. So, yeah, you could kind of cross-merge those two. I mean, that did sort of go down on Monday. So, yeah, I don't have any reason to say that is not going to happen other than it's an option. But there are a few other options as well. Jared said, don't worry, Daze, me and Mr. Hensey have your back. Oh, you don't need to. You don't need to. You don't. I don't need like anyone having my back or any. We're not going to war with anyone. I don't care. As I said, it does not bother me in the slightest. Daze, do we think Dark State will play a big role when they get to the main roster, or do we think they need more work? Oh, no, they definitely need more work. They definitely need more work. They're a group that are struggling a little bit in the sense of, I think the first impression was a bad first impression. I think the fact that they are not the greatest in ring. I think if they were to go out there and put on some really great matches, that might shift the narrative a little bit. I do think talking wise, they're pretty good. Cutler just doesn't feel right. It still doesn't feel right. I think that was a mistake. I think it didn't feel right, and they leaned into that where he was saying like the odd questionable thing and everyone would look at him. We've kind of stopped doing that now. But what that means is that the perception of Cutler's probably got worse, because before, when he was speaking and it didn't feel quite right, I don't know that was obvious to everyone, but it was obvious to us. And I think it was obvious to WWE. So they sort of leaned into that and had him say some stuff that was a bit questionable so that everyone looked at him. But now you've dropped that. And so all of a sudden now you kind of go, well, what's Cutler's place in this group? Because it still doesn't feel like he fits to me. So, yeah, them coming through the crowds, I think people see it as a bit of a, these guys, they've not been able to shake that bad first impression. I think the fact they disrupted Javon and Leon was like annoying to people. It was meant to be annoying to people because that was the match. I mean, Javon against Leon in TNA, that was the match. And the fact that Dark State interrupted was very frustrating, very disappointing. That to me was definitely something which I'm going to say backfired, because I think it was meant to get heat on them, but it did. But it's kind of got that I'm not interested in these guys suck sort of heat. It like people really were annoyed at that. I don't know, it's interesting. It's an interesting one because I don't think this group sucks. I really don't. I will go to bat for Dark State. Dion Lennox, I think, is quite credible. I can't tell you a reason as to why he sucks. I think he's got a good look. They've tried to put him in like that Iron Survivor match. You know, he was around before Dark State began and he was doing a slightly different gimmick, but you know, this is someone that I think has got some potential. I don't think he's amazing. I don't think he's mind-blowing, but he's got some potential. So, I mean, Dion Lennox is not someone I would say is bad. Osiris, don't know much about him, but he's kind of the muscle, really. He's the big guy in the group. So, that's fine. Every group has one of those. You know, the Wyatts, well, I suppose they had two, didn't they, with Rowan and Harper. But if we say, like, the Wyatt 6 right now have got Rowan, you know, for me, Osiris is that bigger guy that you tag in and he just is that wrecking ball. He doesn't say a great deal. When he does speak, it's okay. He's not amazing, but I don't class him as being bad. I mean, I don't have any ill will towards him. I mean, to me, he's no different than, say, Nico Vance in the Cullen. I mean, I suppose we just don't know much about him. I don't know much about Nico Vance. I don't know much about Osiris, but I can see the role that Osiris plays. He's just that big guy, the wrecking ball. I think Saquon's really interesting. Saquon is an excellent talker. Saquon is the mouthpiece of the group, is the leader of the group. I like him. Wrestling-wise, I've not seen anything amazing out of him, but I mean, he can talk, and that helps. So those three, as a group, I ain't down on it. I'm not down on the Dark State name. That's okay. It's not amazing. It's a bit AI generated, but whatever. Music's okay. Them coming through the crowd is maybe a bit cliche. Perhaps we need to move away from that. You know, the whole lights out, them coming through, that's a bit tired. So perhaps we need to change that presentation. But honestly, I think if you change that bit, got rid of Cutler, I think that's a starting point. I mean, I'm not really down on it. It's just, for me, Cutler doesn't fit in the group. And I think that some of the stuff they do is, you know, seen as a bit cliche and a bit cringe. And I think that the first impression was not good. So there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done when it comes to Dark State. I think that Dark State feel like a poor man's Adam Cole faction or Shields, said Kiwi Rob. Yeah, that's with them like coming through the crowds. Them coming through the crowds is kind of like what the Shield used to do. So I can understand that they feel like, you know, and it's hard, isn't it? If you're going to be compared to the Shield, then you need to be something really special, and they're not. They're not. They're not special. This is just a way of packaging 4 guys that we think have got potential. They're not special at this stage. But what I would say is that if we could maybe distance ourselves from the Shield comparisons, and if we could distance ourselves from the Retribution comparisons, if we could just present this as a faction of ideally 3 people that, you know, are trying to use this as a vehicle to, you know, find a way forwards, I'm not down on it. But, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree that this is a bit like Shield Light, you know? And if you're going to, this is the new Shield. If you're going to get compared to them, then you need to be as good as Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, and they're not. But that's okay. It's okay that they're not that level. I don't know if they'll ever get to that level, but it's okay that they're not that level. It's just a vehicle for these guys to give them something to get their teeth into. But tweaks need to be made. Let's put it that way. I'm not at the point where I would get rid of Dark State. You could try something else, but you could try Saquon as a singles guy. You could have Dion, and you could have Osiris as a tag team, and go that way. But I don't know. I'm not kind of ready to do that yet personally. If I was working in NXT Creative, but I would definitely be looking for making changes and actually evolving the presentation, because it still doesn't feel quite right. I don't think Dark State will last much longer, said Robbie. Tony is going to take them out, and they might end up disappearing for a while. Could be true. Could be true. Shining Wizard said, I think Daze is like Vince behind the scenes. Daze, you stopped promoting himself around 2017. It felt wrong. He supports all of us in what we do, says William. William, shout out to you, but Mateo said, Daze, I'm calling it tonight. Zaruka is going to break up. It is long overdue. Johnny said, Daze, if someone was making fun of me on the internet, I would be hurt. How do you handle it? I don't care. That's how I handle it. Honestly, I don't care. It's not something that bothers me. I think the way that I look at it, right, is that I'm very fortunate to do this, and I love the fact that I can do this, and I love the fact that you guys enjoy being here, and you enjoy the conversations, and you ask the questions, and you share your theories, and we discuss them, and we do what we do, yeah. And I enjoy it so much that we start a couple of hours before Raw, before NXT, before SmackDown. There are people here that enjoy hanging out with us. So for anyone outside of our community to look at what we do and go, that sucks, or that opinion's stupid, or whatever, I don't know, yeah, I would imagine that happens a lot. I would say that's a lot. I mean, I put out little reaction clips so that people can sort of see what we do here, right? As said before, I just use them, honestly, as just a bit of an advert for the streams. That's it. In my mind, I put the reaction clips out because, well, here's a moment that's happened. Here's what we thought about it. If you'd be interested in kind of joining us and, sharing your thoughts, come and join us. We're live for every Raw, NXT, SmackDown, every PLE, blah, 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 right? So, but I would imagine a lot of people look at those and go, oh, not this guy, and skip past them. I mean, that's going to be true of anyone that's making content. You are never, ever going to have 100% of people like you. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're Taylor Swift, if you're Bad Bunny, if you're flipping a TV show, if you're Marvel movies, I mean, people are going to be into it, and a load of people aren't going to be into it. I think what you do, and I'm very fortunate that I'm a bit older, right? I'm 21. I'm not like 16 or anything. So for me, I think I can be more level-headed on this. I kind of know that it's just not important. It just doesn't matter. It's just absolutely irrelevant noise. So I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I don't care who likes what we do, who doesn't like what we do. I don't care what people will say. I just don't care, because the bottom line is we're doing it. It's happening. We're here. We're sharing our thoughts, and we've got our community, and we've been very successful, and way more successful. I mean, if someone had told me when I started the channel we'd be sat here over 10 years later doing watch-alongs, and we had a community that was so engaging, and I think we are very constructive as well. I don't try to be down on the wrestlers personally. We will criticize promos and matches, but I mean, it's not like we're sitting here going, oh, she looks fat, or anything like that, or like, why would we have an ugly person be champion? We don't say those things. I don't think those things. this is more about what do people need to get to that next level, promos, matches, where are we lacking with this show? Like, it's more analytical and it's more hopefully insightful. And, I really enjoy, obviously, that. So I think this is a very, I'd like to say, healthy place to be, constructive place to be. I hope that's kind of reflected. So I don't know. This is not a place that I'm ashamed of. This isn't a place that I am ashamed to put my name to. So why should I care if other people don't like it? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I suppose to me it's like, imagine listening to folk music and you love like loads of different folk artists. You love Bob Dylan, you might love Fairport Convention, you enjoy like loads of the classics, for people from back in the day, and Woody Guthrie, whatever. And so you enjoy folk music and you've got people coming in that are buying rock and pop, they're buying dance, they're buying metal. And like, they might say, oh, I don't like folk music. It's okay. Doesn't change the fact I do. So I don't know. I think I'm just maybe too old for all that kind of nonsense. But I think I also understand how the world works as well. And it is that anyone that creates content is going to be criticized. Don't get into this if you can't accept that. Don't even bother starting if you think that everyone's going to love what you do. If you start on this and you're under some illusion that everyone is going to love what you do, mate, you ain't going to make it. You ain't going to make it. You're going to get crushed very early in this game. So I think maybe for those that do make it this far, they've probably long ago accepted that not everybody is going to agree with their viewpoints, not going to enjoy their content. There's people looking for different things. As I said, those people that were creating content back in the day where they were using the N-word, right? And they were like just horrible trolls, right? And they wore that as a badge of honor. That's not me calling them that out of like disrespect. Like they would call themselves trolls, yeah? Like they would give advice about don't try and argue back with us because we will eat you alive online, right? The best thing to do is to just ignore the comment, but I'm sending this comment to you. And they used to get a kick out of trolling. That's what they did. And it was like the more extreme side of wrestling reviews. To be honest with you, the people that are going to enjoy that content and are going to engage in that and support that probably are going to hate this, aren't they? They're probably going to hate this. This is not edgy enough for them. This is not going to be edgy enough. This is not going to be shocking enough for them. This is going to be too analytical. This is going to be too, do you know what I mean, conversational. They're not going to enjoy this. So I just sort of feel like there's so many people out there looking for so many different things that if we've managed to find an audience that enjoys just hanging out here, that's awesome. So I can't stress it enough. It doesn't bother me. I really do not care. My only focus is, am I serving the people that do enjoy coming here? My problem will be if people decide this isn't a place they want to hang out and they leave and we start getting down to really low numbers and I have to start making a decision about, should the channel continue? That's what I care about. That's what I care about. But people outside of this community sharing opinion, I can't stress it enough. Don't even give it a second thought. Like, it doesn't even need to be a conversation. Like, I feel like we can definitely end the conversation there. It does not matter. Mateo said, Daze, what? Little bit of lag momentarily. Yeah, Ricky would come to mind. Ethan would come to mind. Those are like the big names in the division. So I've got to think, Ricky in particular is going to want to say something. I can't imagine Ricky staying away. So Ricky would be my front runner, but I think we've seen the kind of names that have been involved in the ladder match recently. I think any of those could kind of heel-wise could make their presence felt. Maybe Keanu as a heel quite fancies, just, not having to go in a ladder match with a load of other people. But let's see if I can go one-on-one with the champ and get the belt that way. And actually, I wonder if Joe Hendry being pushed to the limit, but just getting past Keanu would be good for Joe and good for Keanu. I mean, Keanu suffering a loss against the champ this early, pushing him to the limit. It's going to be debatable, but I don't think that would hurt him. I think if he looked good and had close pinfalls and was showing that he is right there, whatever you think about him, he is right there. He is not far away. And this is a guy that's only just arrived. Can you imagine what he's going to be like in 6 months? I don't think that's a loss that would hurt Keanu. So I'm not saying that's what they're going to do. I would imagine Ricky is going to step up, but Keanu could absolutely be around. Jada Parker battles Blake Monroe. That feud's just starting, so I think Blake might get the better so that the feud continues. Probably shenanigans. Zaruka, Ren, QCC. That's an interesting one. I think they might go with Ren winning and Zaruka will get in each other's way. Kendall's already had a shot, and I don't know that we're going to give her another one so soon. So I think I'd go Ren. Ren hasn't had a shot. Don't believe she's had a title shot. And she definitely feels like someone we need to invest in this year. So I think I'd go Ren, and I think I'd go Zaruka getting in each other's way. Is tonight the night they actually split? I don't know. I'm so beyond caring now. I'm just going to be completely honest. I'm well past caring. I don't care. Then we've got Hank and Tank against Vanity Project. I think we'd have Vanity Project win. Hank and Tank don't have much momentum at the moment, so it might be best to give the win to the new, young, emerging talent. Make them credible. Hank and Tank are former champs, of course. And then Eli Knight and Josh Briggs in a speed tournament match. So we've got a heel champion. I suppose it doesn't really matter because it's only the speed belt. I mean, Josh against Jasper Troy would be interesting. Two big men going at it. Eli is someone we've got to build, though. He strikes me as being a really good speed champion, you know. He strikes me as someone that could be the speed champ and would make a lot of sense. But do we need to take the belt off Jasper Troy right now? That's hard. I think that could go either way. If you want two big men going at it, you go that way. If you want someone that, you know, is maybe the next champ, Eli Knight, I could see him being speed champion, honestly. I'm going to go Eli Knight. I'm going to go Eli Knight gets the win. And because I don't think Josh Briggs needs to be the speed champion. I think there's other things we can do with him, and I think that's why I'm leaning Eli Knight. Plus, Eli's a babyface, Jasper Troy's a heel. That feels better. So I'm going to go Eli Knight gets the win. So those are some quick predictions in regards to NXT tonight. Card looks okay. Not mind-blowing, but it looks okay. King Notorious said it's not even Wednesday. It isn't. It's Tuesday. Vanity Project could be tag champs instead of Dark State, said Robbie. Starboy said it's obvious and it's rigged that Gunther is going to beat Dom and Mr. Bouncy. So you think Gunther's going through to the chamber? Is Vanity Project a Vanity Project, says King Notorious. Well, that's what they're claiming. That is what they're claiming. Jim said, I can't wait for the Knight brothers to reunite. Yes. Jim said, if Ava hadn't left, do we think Blake Monroe Ava would have happened? That's an interesting thought. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to say no, only because Ava hadn't been wrestling. And I think that Blake was just being a bit of a thorn in the side. And we do see that a lot with GMs. Whether they were building to a match or not, I honestly can't say, but I don't have a reason to say yes. I think that there was an option to do that, but I don't know that that was an option we were going to take. And actually, I don't know how she was getting on with her wrestling. I don't even know. There wasn't even word that she was still putting in that kind of training work or anything. I mean, she'd been out of action on TV for a long time. So the whole Ava situation was very interesting. Word has now come out that she turned the contract down because she felt there was a lowball offer. So she felt like what had been offered to her was too low. Now, whether that's true or not, don't know, but that was certainly something that I read the other day. Apparently, it did increase her money, but it was still too low. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I mean, I don't know what she would expect, considering she wasn't actually wrestling. I mean, what would you expect a GM to earn? I mean, if you want to earn more money, you got to be actually competing, haven't you? And she hadn't done that for a long, long time. And I have to stress this. I don't think, she never struck me as being, I'm The Rock's daughter, like a diva. I didn't really ever get that impression from her. I'm The Rock's daughter. In fact, The Rock, I remember him speaking on the red carpet. He says that not once did he have to call in or have a word with anyone. Like, she literally turned up at NXT and what happened just happens. You know, he said it would have been so easy for her to have got on the phone to me and said, look, can you just have a word because I'm not being used, or can you do this, can you do that? And he's like, she never once did that. She never thought to do that. And I'm really proud that she's trying to do this by herself, you know, because as a dad, I can't say that I wouldn't have picked up that phone, you know. As a father, I can't say that I wouldn't have tried to have helped my daughter in any way that I could. But, you know, not once has she ever done that or said that. So, I don't know. I don't know that she is that sort of, like, diva. I wouldn't want to paint that picture. I would be really interested to know what's happened. Whether we ever find out, I'm not sure. I'm sure we will one day. I'm sure the tea will get spilt at some point. Starboy said, are you annoyed Gunther's not WWE heavyweight champion as well as Intercontinental? Oh, no, that'd be stupid. You wouldn't want to put all those belts on one person. I mean, WWE is such a big company. We've got so many stars that we're trying to build that you wouldn't want to put like 3 belts onto one person. We had 2 belts on Roman, and we had to create a new world championship out in thin air, didn't we? Roman, when he was in the very top, he had the Universal and the WWE, and that was such a problem that we had to create the World Heavyweight Championship. You know, there's a lot of wrestlers that you know deserve to be achieving things, and this is my concern actually with Gunther being the retirement guy. Is like, I don't love it because you can only do it a few times a year, if that. And not only that, but like week in, week out, he can't rely on that. You know, week in, week out, he's, you know, going to be battling Dragon Lee. And actually, Gunther made this point, is like, don't focus on me being the guy that retired these people. Like, it's a talking point, but I am dangerous week in, week out. And it's like, yeah, I hope we don't lose sight of that. I hope he's not just, oh, here's Gunther, he retires people. No, there's a lot more to him than that. He's a really good wrestler. Like, it doesn't matter if he's in a retirement match or not. You should want to watch Gunther. He's a really good wrestler. He's going to give you a good performance. It's going to be a good match. It's going to be worth watching. So, no, he doesn't need all those belts. I do think, though, that I'd like to see him get that WWE Championship soon, because he's already done Intercontinental. He's the longest reigning Intercontinental champion of all time. I mean, that box is ticked, right? He doesn't need that belt. He's bigger than it. He's won the World Heavyweight Championship twice. So, tick, done that. He's never been WWE champ. Where we are with Gunther right now is he can easily main event night 1 of Mania, night 1 of SummerSlam. He did it. He did SummerSlam last year. Main evented against Punk. That's fine, right? But he can be World Heavyweight Champion whenever. He can main event night 1 whenever. What we need to do with him is we need to get him to WWE Champion, which I still regard as being higher, right? I know that's up for debate now with CM Punk Roman, but whatever. And him main event in night 2. That's what we need to do. We need to get him to that level. So for me, it's not about give him the tag belts, give him Intercontinental, give him the World Heavyweight Championship, give him the WWE. It's not about that. It's about giving him the WWE belt and starting to look towards him being on night 2. Maybe the main event of SummerSlam this year is Brock Gunther. Maybe that's the plan. Brock's final match, and it's going to be Brock Gunther. And it's going to be a case of, will Gunther retire Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam? And perhaps that main event's night 2. And that'll be massive for Gunther. Absolutely massive. If he retires Brock Lesnar on night 2 at this year's SummerSlam in the actual bona fide main event, that will be absolutely huge. And that could be the missing piece of the puzzle to get him to that next level. 6 minutes to go. Days, have we seen Unreal? Yeah. What do we think about it? I started it last night and I love it, says Johnny. Yeah, I like season 1 more than season 2. I think that it's a bit disappointing to hear that a lot of it is not real. So apparently someone spoke to Dave Meltzer and went, don't be a mark. Yeah, WWE Unreal. Don't believe everything you see. Yeah, come on. Like, it's reality TV. Yeah, you know what reality TV's like. We sweeten the pot. Yeah, there's definitely going to be moments that are real. I mean, the LA Knight situation where he messes up that spot. I mean, that could be real. And then the conversation that's had with him after, like, that could be real. But there's going to be moments that are not real, that are just in there for the show. So knowing which is which, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I mean, obviously we know, like, any injury that happens. It's really frustrating because there are real moments, definitely. But then there are moments that are sweeteners that are just there. I mean, Chelsea said she was never given a script for Unreal. So I think you can believe everything you see for Chelsea. But I think it's interesting because, I mean, you see, like, Chelsea's building her dream house and you see it being constructed. And she's like, this is where I'm going to put my belt on the wall. And this is going to be my office. And, you know, she's showing you around her. That's interesting content, I thought. Chelsea's building a dream house and we're watching it being built. So that was kind of interesting. And so there's little bits in there, but I don't know, there's stuff in there that I questioned. To be honest, I questioned last year because there was a rumor that they were going to turn John heel at WrestleMania. And then the rumor was they brought it forwards because they wanted something big for Elimination Chamber. But if you watch Unreal, there's no mention about John turning at WrestleMania. There's no mention of that whatsoever. The way they tell the story is that actually The Rock wanted Cody to turn, but WWE weren't keen on it. And so they convinced him, how about we turn John? And apparently that's how they got to it. But I've heard a different version where John was always turning. And actually, if you think about it, I'm sure Triple H has done an interview where he says he sat down with John in 2024, at the end of 2024, and spoke to him about, how about we do this? How about we turn you heel? And there is definitely a version of events where Triple H sits down with John at the end of 2024 and they plan to turn him heel at WrestleMania. That is a version I have heard. But the version in Unreal is that they got to Elimination Chamber, didn't have a big enough surprise. They wanted to turn Cody. I think it was Rock that proposed that. But WWE were like, no, we can't. That's going to mess up future plans. How about we turn Cena? And they got to it that way. Well, that is a completely different version to the one I've heard that's been rumoured. So you do go, am I being told the truth? Or am I being told a version of the truth that they want me to believe? I don't know how much you can believe in what you are watching in Unreal. I think it's a real shame, actually, if that is what they're doing. They're kind of presenting it a certain way because that fits the narrative that they want. I don't know. For me, I like Unreal, but that bugged me, to be honest. It bugged me that I can't really just watch it and believe in everything, and I don't know what is true, what is, you know, just being presented to me because that's what they want me to believe, and it takes away from the show. It's a behind-the-scenes show where you don't know if you can believe everything you're seeing behind the scenes. And you go, well, what's the point then? But really what it is a show. It's just another show. It's lost its unique selling point, but the frustrating thing is there is definitely a lot in there that is real as well. There's definitely a lot of stuff in there that is real. So, yeah, I found myself enjoying the first one more than the second one. I thought the subjects were more interesting. You know, like Seth's cash-in and him, like, hiding that from people. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but I don't know. I mean, like, the John Cena heel turn, that was more interesting in the first season. I felt like that was, you know, John's final run, the heel turn, all of that stuff was more interesting than a lot of the subjects that we got in the second season. Okay, show is about to start. Let's go. They're only going to show us stuff that they feel is okay to show. I think that's how it was going to be. I wanted a legit behind-the-scenes documentary that's real, said Brony. I agree. I agree. I would have enjoyed that. I mean, like, my feeling on it is that if you don't want to see that far behind the scenes, that's fine. That's your prerogative. No one is making you watch it. So just don't watch it. Okay, here we go. We're looking back on what went down last week. So, Robert Stone, the new interim GM. Still no words. Still no word as to who the long-term GM is going to be. Okay, so obviously we got that tag match tonight. Whoever gets the pinfall will get the opportunity at JC. We heard off Tony. I hope they've got a plan with Tony. You took everything from me. I'm going to take everything from you. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to do that on his own, which could be interesting. And then, of course, we got that ladder match. Really fun ladder match this was. And it was really well received as well. Right. I think Sol is going to get the pin tonight, said Brony. And they're going to keep building the drama between her and Zarya. Sol will face JC for the title. Zarya will cost her. I don't really want this going any further. I would also like it to not go any further. Daze, can you answer this? Do we think they'll ever bring back another women's tag belt, seeing as men's have to? No. Well, I can't say they'll never do it, but there's no plans in the short term. And to be honest, those women's tag belts have been around for a good few years now, and we've only ever had one. There isn't a women's tag division. What we do is we take singles wrestlers and we make them into tag teams when they're not being used. So it's not like we have women's tag teams that are just always women's tag teams. You know, we don't have a female Usos. We don't have a female Street Profits. You know, we don't have these permanent women's tag teams like Iconics that just do tag wrestling. What we've got is Bayley and Lyra that have been together for a few months. Rhea and Io that have been together for a few months. Nia and Lash that have been together for a few months. Kabuki Warriors, who feel a bit more like a credible tag team, but we know that they come together, go apart, come together, go apart, and they'll go back apart again in the near future, no doubt. I think a lot of people are expecting Asuka to turn on Kairi and for that to be a feud. So we don't have like a women's proper tag division that's just constantly there. It's constantly changing. Because when we don't need women for the world titles, we just put them in a tag team. And so the one set of belts serves the purpose. I would make the argument we don't need two for the guys, to be honest. So rather than increase the women's, I'd probably lose one of the men's. Here's Joe Hendry. Joe kicking off the show. Let's see what Joe Hendry has got to say. This is this man's moment. I want to get Yo, Hendry. Your hormones side to see. I believe in your Hendry. Your Hendry. Your Hendry. Wow. Yo, Hendry. I believe in your Hendry. Your Hendry. Wow, look at all those pictures of Joe Hendry. If your hands are side to say, I'm living your Hendry. Your Hendry. Your Hendry. Right, he's in the ring. Shucky ducky quack quack. You deserve it. You deserve it, Chance. He had doubt. He had doubts. Someone ban Daze, said Flame Fist. Yeah, it's true. I do need banning. He's speaking about Ricky Saints. All of you gave me the energy to climb the ladder. So everyone had all these... there's a dude in the crowd dressed as Joe Hendry, you know. Everyone's got a picture of Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry chant. So he says that he's been taking steps. The climb doesn't stop. We're just getting started. They're taking NXT to new heights. His vanity projects. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Jackson Drake interrupts him. Guys, the two champs squaring up to each other. Dream match. A lot of people want to see the AEW champion, which, as we know, is Mr. Flower Pot. He's going to be... everyone wants to see him against the WWE champion, Drew McIntyre. That's a lot of people's dream match. Not mine. I want to see the Evolve champion against the NXT champion. Are you a motivational speaker? Said Jackson Drake. You go viral for appearing out of nowhere, but I go viral for looking this damn good. Crowd are really booing him. I like how Jackson Drake didn't allow that crowd to derail him. That's good. Crowd are saying shut the hell up. He's giving them dirty looks. It's a shame that the back of his jacket is kind of up, isn't it? It's not falling very well over the belt. Someone needed to just pull his jacket down a little bit. Just, do you know what I mean? He does look good, though. It's a nice looking suit, and now the jacket has fallen. There we go. That's better. Tell you what, there's a lot of heat on Vanity Project here. You look like you were in a boy band that my mother liked. That's a good line by Jackson Drake, actually. You look like you were in a boy band that my mother liked. It does, actually. Everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Hendry's back. All right. He's going to defend the NXT Championship. Shots coming in by Joe Hendry. Jackson Drake goes in the corner. Swipe right to get him marked. Fall away. Oh, he landed on a microphone. Picks up Brad Baylor. Chop block there by Jackson Drake. And now we've got the numbers game. It's the best game. The numbers game. Jared said the stipulation makes no sense. Why would anyone be happy for their partner to get the pin and get a title shot before yourself? It's just designed to cause drama in it. I agree. I don't know why it's not just a fatal four-way. He couldn't get his shirt off. And he's wearing purple underwear. Jackson Drake turns around, holds up that championship. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I mean, look, Jackson Drake's a good-looking guy, and you know, he can wrestle. He can do, you know, he doesn't blow my mind, but he's solid. He's in a good place. Clearly they like him. Here's Zaruka. You've had plenty of opportunities. If you win, I'll be so stoked for you. When will enough be enough? Maybe Soul should allow Zarya to get this one for their friendship. This ass whooping is all about you tonight, says Jada. Jada, Blake Monroe, Miss Parker, Miss Parker, Miss Parker. Let's go. Cake versus Glamour, says Robbie. Jada Parker, Miss Parker. Jada Parker enjoys a lot of love from the fans. Commercial break. Let's go. Daze, if we could have prevented 9/11, blimey now, would you prevent it or let it happen or not change anything that you have nowadays that might be modified by heroic act back in 2001? No, I'd prevent it. I mean, if you could prevent it, you would prevent it, wouldn't you? I mean, it was such a horrific disaster. I mean, I've said so many times, for me, it's the defining moment in my life, in the sense of like the biggest breaking news, the biggest news story that I have ever encountered. I put it above the death of Diana, the death of the Queen. I put it above the pandemic because the pandemic was kind of over a period of time. I mean, I think the pandemic, it's hard to define a moment. I mean, you sort of talk about the pandemic and you're speaking of like 2 years plus, you know. It's kind of hard to compare that to a moment like 9/11, which was, you know, hours. So maybe when it turned out that the UK was going into lockdown and that announcement was made, perhaps that specific moment from the pandemic could, you know, be up there. But I don't know, for me, 9/11 has always been like really interesting to me. I don't believe any of the conspiracy theories. I want to get that out there. When I say interesting, I just mean the stories and the different perspectives. Like, what was it like being a fireman? What was it like being a news reporter? What was it like? What was going on in the country? I think the other thing as well is 9/11 is sort of pre-internet. It's not, but it is. The internet's around, but it's not. I'm not getting off the internet at that time the kind of information I'm getting now. Yeah, it wasn't like it happened and I went straight to the internet. It happened, and you know, it was 24/7 news coverage on TV, or the channels just flipped over to just covering it, and so you would just watch the TV and you'd watch the news coverage. There was no social media. There was no websites that I went to read anything extra. It was all played out on TV. And I think for me, like, there's a lot of mystery as a result, because I only got told what the BBC was telling me. And it's not that they were holding anything back, but do you know what I mean? They can't tell me what it was like to be in the building because they didn't have that info. They can't tell me exactly what happened when, because they were just reporting on what was happening at the time. But like now you can watch documentaries and I can see things that I never would have seen. I can see what was on American TV at the exact moment that it happens. You know, I can see the shows talking and going, sorry, we've just got to interrupt this because we've got to go to New York. And I never would have seen that back in the day. I mean, that's not footage I would have seen. So I find all the different perspectives and all the different stories and all the different... I find it, like, really interesting. But again, I have to stress, this is something that comes up every once in a while. I don't believe any of the conspiracies behind it. If you do, that's fine. I don't. I find it just such a fascinating subject. And I think because, you know, I saw the news breaking on TV and I don't know, just, yeah, I couldn't believe what I was watching, really. So I still regard it as being, it's kind of, I suppose in a way it's hard if you're young and you weren't around when it happened. It's kind of hard, isn't it, to learn about it after the fact. But yeah, it was horrific. Right, we got Keanu Carver. He was backstage. Robert Stone. Oh, he's struggling a little bit here, isn't he, with being GM? It looks like Keanu Carver's going to bring some chaos to the show. I wonder if Robert Stone is going to regret having that conversation. Okay, Blake Monroe is making her way down. Benny said, are you glad that Hendry won the title? Do you believe in Joe Hendry? I'm not. Joe Hendry doesn't do it for me, but I'm not bothered by Joe Hendry. I don't love him. I don't hate him. I've just said before, like, it feels like a character and a gimmick that started without me. I've never found a way onto that hype train. It just doesn't do anything for me. So, no. But you know that, hence why you asked it. Johnny said, Daze, I'm friends with Tommy Dreamer. Do we think they'll put my friend in the Hall of Fame one day? He should go in. Is he not in already? I don't think he is. But he should go in one day. I mean, his contribution to ECW is undeniable. Yeah, no, he isn't. Yeah, one day he should. I mean, there's not been any word as to who's going in this year, next year, or anything like that. He's one of those that can fill out a class. And, yeah, probably stands a chance of going in one day. Roll up by Blake. Jada round the back. Shot coming into the back there of Blake. Jada keeping her grounded at the moment. Sandman was a wild man in ECW, said Corey. Yeah. Carl said, Daze, where would I be able to find the preview for Evolve tomorrow? It's on Tubi. So if you're in America, then just go to Tubi. If you're in the UK, you need to get a VPN and you need to go to Tubi. So I put a VPN on and I go over to Tubi. And honestly, I mean, what I would say is it's going to be a mixed bag. You're going to see some stuff you're like, no, I'm not bothered. But you'll see some people that you go, oh, I like that. I like them. That's good. That's interesting. Whether you get enough out of it, I don't know. It works for some people, probably doesn't work for some others. But the only thing I can say is that we've been watching Vanity Projects. We've been watching Keanu Carver. We've been watching Sean Legacy. We've been watching Kendall Gray. We've been watching Wendy Chu, Carmen Petrovich. We've been watching, great talents in some great matches. And I do not for 1 second regret the time that we have been spending watching Evolve. I've been enjoying it. So I don't find myself sitting here going, oh my God, I can't wait. It's Evolve tomorrow. I mean, that would be a lie. But it's an easy watch. It's there on a Wednesday. It's easy to watch. I normally get summer out of the show. And it just gives you an idea of who's coming through. Just gives you an idea of who's next for NXT, I like Tyra May Steele at the moment. I'm a big fan of her. I like Callie Armstrong. Big fan of her. I like It's Gall. I don't think he'll be a big star, but I like him. Jada going outside. Blake down. Ooh. Jada going into the commentary table. So, Jada down. Blake down. I misworded. Do we know what matches are going to be on tomorrow? No. They normally tend to put stuff out on the day. So WWE will put some out. Robert Stone will put a little video out. But I can't remember if there isn't a women's match. Have we done Carmen against Kendall? Because that was a match that was coming up. I don't think we've seen it. So it could be a women's title match. Big boot coming in there by Blake Monroe. Robbie said Sandman will be wrestling his final match this year at Joey Janela's spring break, I believe. Millennial said, Daze, I would like to let the Zaruka story cook, sizzle, till Stand and Deliver Riyadh 2027. Let's go. I think you're right, but I think a lot of people have been saying this. It's moved too quickly. That is the criticism with the Zaruka story, is that, where's the fire? Why are we trying to race through it? Let it breathe? Gods, where's the rush? This has got at least another 12 months in it. Big boot there by Blake. Who's the blonde female ref, said Alan. I think her name's Vicky something. She's a referee in Evolve. She is a former bare knuckle fighter, I believe. Genuinely, she can throw hands. I don't know why. Oh, DDT there. I don't know if Blake was going for a suplex or a DDT, but either way, Jada just got dumped on her head. Yeah, I don't think that was intentional, because the ref is going over having a words. Sean said, that's my future wife. WrestleRant said, they need to call up Callie Armstrong. I do want to see more from her. What was that, said Humpty. That was a bit of a botch, I believe. Okay, we're looking for a suplex by Blake, but no joy. Big shot coming in there by Miss Parker. Sling blade by Blake. Going for the cover. Jada kicks out. Blake is grabbing the arm. Got a bit of a crossface in. Jada Parker down. We got 1 minute 25 left to go. Jada Parker. So pulling back with this crossface. Vicky was a lightweight bodybuilder too, says Akeem. I didn't know that. Akeem, thank you. What's your favourite Tommy Dreamer match, says Johnny. Honestly, I don't think I could give you a good answer on that, because I was never a big viewer of ECW. I mean, I believe it's best work to be in ECW, but I'm probably not the right person to answer with that, because I was never a big ECW viewer. I have gone back and watched some of the shows from ECW when it was on the network, but no, I wouldn't be in best position to kind of answer that. I've never given ECW. It's just never been my thing. I think it's not that I'm against that kind of wrestling, but I think my relationship with wrestling has always been that WWE has always been enough for me. This has always been enough. This has been my serving of wrestling. I know there's others out there that wanted some edgier, and, you know, they maybe had more room to fit more wrestling in. I was never in that boat, really. WWE always, so this was what I love that. Nice high step in by Blake. So, yeah, WWE always was good enough for me. What would you say is yours, Johnny? Enlighten us. What's your favourite Tommy Dreamer match? Drop kick there by Blake. William said, I'd love for there to be a mystery opponent in the chamber and for it to be Bailey Humphries. Right now, Jada grabbing the leg of Blake. Right now, back elbow coming in there by Jada. Forearm shot coming in by Jada. Another back elbow. Clothesline. Blake Monroe goes down. Shoulder barge there by Jada. Duck underneath. Blake Monroe against the ropes. On the shoulder. Oof. Samoan drop there by Jada. The best Dreamer match was the birth of Dreamer, the innovator of violence, when he got caned by Sandman, said V85. King Yeti said most of ECW was trash. Right now, shot coming into the midsection there by Jada. Here we go. Bang! Here's the high step. Come on, says Jada. Jada in control. Charges over to Blake Monroe. Blake rolls out the ring. We were high stepping. Let's go. Stanton said, what do we think Brock's going to do at Mania? Some people are wondering if it'll be the Ober match. They're thinking that the Gunther match will be held back to SummerSlam. Clearly, it's not going to be around the top end of the card, like around the belts. So it's going to need to be a feud. So who is he going to engage in a feud with? So some people are wondering if it's going to be over, but there's been no rumor at this stage. Back elbow. I wouldn't be against it being someone like Elia, to be honest. You know, someone that can get in there, put in like a really good performance. I don't know that you'd have Elia win, though. Might be a Brock win. I think this thing has been thrown out. Miss Parker comes crashing down on Blake. Referees are saying, look, it's done. It's over. Throwing Blake back in the ring. I mean, I don't know how you score this thing, to be honest. Jada getting in. Blake still down. Oh, referee gets taken out with a hip attack. Hypnotic. Takes out one of the officials. Right now, Blake's trying to get over in the crowds. Oh, low blow by Miss Parker. Oh, that's uncalled for. That's uncalled for. Miss Parker, low blow in, slapping a load of... he goes into the barricades. Blake is in with the fans. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun. You don't drown by falling in the water. You drown by staying there. What the hell is this? Tatum? Well, this is interesting. God, this is very arty, isn't it? I feel like she's about to sell me some Chanel. Jean-Paul Gaultier. Look at it, blooming hell, what budget did this get? This has got to be all like AI. This is one of the craziest vignettes I have ever seen. Is this what vignettes are going to be like going forwards with like AI? Wow. Blimey now. It's like a trailer for a film. That was sick, said Dominic. That was crazy. What a promo. That is like movie quality. Yeah, I mean, it looked like a movie I wouldn't be interested in seeing. It was just all underwater with some thorns. Do you know what I mean? But I agree. It did flipping impress. I was really hoping that when she emerged out the water, that she was gonna have something different. You know, some sort of, I don't know, maybe someone would pull her out the water and we'd be like, oh my God, who's that? Or there would be something, you know. But sadly, there was not. And I did find her voiceover as well to be a little bit... I mean, like, you've got such impressive visuals. I'm surprised that the voiceover was as monotonous. So, a couple of things in there that I was like... I would tweak, but the actual visuals... Wow. It's a film. It's called Goth from the Pond Witch. Goth Pond Witch. It's gonna do big numbers. Hey, I saw there was some new films shown during the Super Bowl. So there's the new Super Mario Brothers, which I haven't seen the old one, to be honest, but looks really good. I don't mind that kind of animation. I mean, that's computer-generated stuff. Animation's pretty fun. New Scream film on the way as well. And there's a new film which is Once from Hollywood, is it? Oh, there's a new, like, Independence Day type movie. What's it called? Decadence Day or something. Which I know there was a trailer for. So some new films on the way for all you film buffs. I think there's a new Minions one as well. Masters of the Universe. Oh, I've not seen that. Is that a new film that's on the way? Daze, that was full AI. That's why it was so artsy, says Millennial. I thought it was great. That monotonous tone did make me wonder if the voice was AI. You can clone voices, and that would explain that. Right. I thought that was a very interesting decision because the footage was so impactful. It was very strange that the voiceover was... I mean, I don't want to be critical of it because it was really good. But, yeah, just a couple of things that jumped out. Let's see what we've got as we go back. We're nearly 40 minutes into this show. The Rib said the Super Bowl didn't show anything exciting. I watched two videos. I watched one on the movies that were announced, and I watched one on the best commercials. Okay, here's Uriah Connors. Here's KL Dixon. They're having their drama. Drama. You don't owe Andre Chase a thing. He held me back. Yeah. This is that new group. I'm done pretending that I wasn't born in this business. We just need the final piece of the puzzle. That's going to be Charlie Dempsey in it. That is going to be Charles Dempsey. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? So this is a character from a movie. He looks like a big guy. I feel sorry for that dude sat next to him. Look at that guy next to him, like. Well, there we go. Thank you for coming. Did he buy a ticket? Did he buy a ticket? Or did we just let him in? How weird that Vic Joseph was like, have you heard about this big manhunt that's going on? And just as he said that, how strange. Booker was like, he's behind you. I love everything about that. I would not have changed. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we got a speed match right now. Speed. Okay, Briggs versus Eli Knight. Oh. Briggs. Okay, Knight goes to the outside. Where the flip's that gone? Mate, I've actually lost my little box. I've lost my text box. Oh my god, and it's a speed match as well. I haven't even got time. I'm basically that guy. Right, we've got 1 minute 35 right now. It's wasting a lot of time right now. Briggs. By the time I've written it out, it ain't going to be worth it. Briggs versus Knight. I don't know where this went before. Here's Knight. Big knee shot. Down goes Briggs. He's going over to the corner. He's climbing up. Oh, whoa, my God, he landed it. Like, knees first, and Knight gets the win. Oh, well, there was no flipping point, was there? Jesus Christ. Don't know why I bother. How would that look if I had a bit of orange on the outsides? I'm feeling frisky. That's not done anything. That's not right. That's not right at all. No, don't like it. There we go. Jasper Troy against Eli Knight. I could see Knight winning this. I could see that belt on him. There we go. Okay, Jasper Troy gets in the ring. Bang, kick coming in. Down goes Elio. Get out there. Get out. Oh, my God. He just got slammed down onto Elio. 2 weeks' time, we're doing the match. Tell your friends. Sonny, I need to get some results and some blood work. Sonny, I hope you're doing well, buds. Dark States on the show next. That was basically a squash, said Steve. Okay, I think this show is fine at the moment. I could do with something to really get my teeth into, though. I could definitely do with something juicy. Dark State coming next. I'm not sure that's it. But let's see. I would not be upset if they did speed matches during commercials. That is how much I care about speed, said Daron. Speed champion is cool and all, but I hope they replace it, says 90s guy. Yeah, the speed thing for me is fine. It's so quick, I just find it quite inoffensive. But I don't have any love for it. I think the best way to have done it would have been to have given it its own show on X, but give it a show. Like, give it actually a chunk of, like, you know, a few matches. Give it, like, a show. Instead, they just did, like, one match a week, and it was, I don't know. I mean, like, I was not going to go out my way to try and find a 3-minute match that no one seemed to care about. I was never getting tagged in them or anything. So yeah, they got rid of it. It didn't. It's not that it didn't work. It just ran out of road. Their contract came to an end, and it was decided they were not going to renew. So you know, it kind of got where it got to. But yeah, they obviously decided to keep it, put it on NXT, but people just don't care. We are glad that you blessed us with your presence, Sonny. Okay, we need to end this poll because that poll is for the Blake match, which you lot said was good 97. Blake versus Jada. We don't score speed matches because they just don't matter. 6, 58, 33, 3. Bum, bum. Okay. Let's see what we get out of Dark State, shall we? I feel that anyone that loses a speed match feels buried. I don't really feel that. To me, speed's just there. I mean, it's just there. It doesn't really bury people. It doesn't really have any effect to me. Daze, I know ratings talk is dead for now, but until we find stability. But SmackDown did 1.4. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's only dead because I just want to build up a couple of weeks. I mean, okay, SmackDown did 1.4. I don't know what to do with that info. It'll be more interesting next week to see if it's up or if it's down and actually just compare it week on week to itself. It's only because I just can't do anything with it. That's why I find it very frustrating. I find it frustrating because people go to work and, you know, they finish work and they're kind enough to join us. And if we do have ratings conversation, I know the information I need to get across is, you know, are things going well or are they not going well? That's all people care about. Is NXT doing well at the moment or not? And then when you've got stuff like this where they're messing up the way the ratings are worked out, you just can't accurately give that information, and that is frustrating. So yeah, it is just going to take, I think, a couple of weeks, and then once we've got a few weeks, we can see what the pattern looks like. So big time, shout out to you. Okay, we got Robert Stone, we've got Lola. I got a match for you against Kalani next week. Is talking about pushing it back, but that's not something Lola's interested in. All right, so they're really leaning into the fact that there really is quite a bit of chaos going on. All right, now we've got an attack backstage. There's some sort of... Oh, is this what Keanu's done? Keanu's murked a load of people. He's murked Sean Legacy. Andre Chase is down. Tate Wilder's down. So Keanu Carver popping off backstage. In the ring, we got Dark State. Let's see what Dark State have got to say. Are we going to get Dark Knight, Dark State? Are we going to get Tony? We've set a new standard for dominance. So Dion Lennox just talking about the fact he came really close last week. You are my target. Here's Cutler. I still don't love it. It's not terrible. To take control, we had to destroy an existing pillar. That pillar was you. Oh, I like how Cyrus just cut in there. That was good. Oh, you can. There's just a bit more flavor when Osiris is talking compared to when Cutler was just talking. And Saquon's just a really great talker. It's those little things in it. Let me explain something to you, bruh. You tripping big shoes? That's what Cutler doesn't have. There's no flavor. He just delivers the lines. You're tripping big shoes. Here's the Cullen. Cullen on that platform. You lot are about divide and conquer. Weakness is what we prey on. Is someone going to be behind them? Oh, lights out. Tony. What is this? It's Dark State music, but Dark State are in the ring. Is that OTM? OTM coming out to Dark State's music. Them tag titles ain't safe. OTM, not bad talkers. OTM ain't missing twice. Ah, here's the belly boys. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hanky and Tanky are here. So we've got a lot of tag teams out. Is Tony coming out last, said Steve? Perhaps he's, I don't know. I mean, there's too many people out there, isn't there? I mean, I don't know where he's going to fit in now. OTM. Fans are behind OTM. Oh, there he is. Now he makes his presence felt. A couple of those teams start brawling to the back. Tony D'Angelo in the ring. Yeah, big cheer for Tony, actually, getting some love. Tony standing over Cutler and Dion, who is just murked. He's just murked them. Tony sending a message. There's Joe Hendry backstage. We haven't seen Ricky yet. NXT Championship match is next. Next. Probably means we're not going to get a new champ. Next. He has peaceful eyes, said Dino. Peaceful eyes. Right, we're at commercial break. That was a mixed bag segment, wasn't it? There were some good talkers and not so good talkers. It felt at times quite a developmental segment, which is no bad thing. No bad thing at all. This is developmental. That is breaking news. Dark State was slightly tolerable when Cutler was saying sus things, said Glotness. Shining Wizard said a few new boop spots tonight. NXT has been a little bit off so far this year, said Jared. I got TurboTax ad, said Night is Guy. No Ricky since he was on Raw yesterday, says Chio. Humpty said Hank and Tank are cool. Bring in those bright 80s Hulkamania colours. What's true, actually, everyone was wearing black until they came out with a bit of colour, and that was appreciated. If I could be honest, go on then. I don't care about a single tag team in NXT, says WrestleRants. I think that's fair. How does this help Dark State, said Robbie. This isn't helping to dispel the narrative. You don't like Keanu Carver, but you like Hank and Tank. Doesn't Humpty, says Wyatt. Don't know what that means. Daze, any word on Bianca? Not that I've seen. I mean, all I'll say is there's no word about her return, but there's no word about her not returning. So, no, I mean, obviously we did expect her to be in the Rumble. She wasn't. That would suggest that either they've got alternative plans or she just was not ready to return. And I hope that it's that they've got other plans. I hope it's that. Sounds good. I like Keanu, says Humpty. Days, I didn't know that Trick Williams and Leon Slater were Apollo's bodyguards when he was the Nigerian prince. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that at the time, but that image has done the rounds, hasn't it? I like... Oh, okay, we read that. Okay, we are at commercial break. We'll be going back very soon, and we've got a title match. We have got a title match. Very exciting. I mean, I hope it's going to be a really good showcase, actually, for Jackson Drake. Obviously, I'm not expecting a new champion. None of us are. But I hope that it's going to be a very good showcase for him. I hope it's going to show that he can work and that this is someone we should be excited about, paying attention to. So still plenty for this match to achieve. Okay, here's Mr. Stone. Oh, there's Kelly Kincaid. Thank you. Ah, Shiloh has got a machete and Jason mask. As the face of the brand, I've got to ask you to leave Muchacho. Here's Ethan. Robert Stone wants to change the relationship. Let's keep it in-house. Shiloh's waving this machete around and Ethan's like... We're going to have so much fun. That was actually a good segment. That was actually good. So he's got a record. He's currently tied for the most title defenses in one reign. That's worth knowing. That's worth knowing. Jackson Drake holds up that Evolve Championship. So we do have a NXT. It's a bit weird that we've got an NXT Championship match and we just didn't really... we haven't given this much build at all, have we? Joe Hendry. We believe, Chance. We believe. We believe. Okay. Let's change this over to Drake and Hendry. So what we're looking for here is we are looking for a... Oh, comes down. Yeah, what we're looking for here is we're looking for Jackson Drake to just look good. Just look good. Kick coming in there by Jackson. And again, hot start by him. Jackson firing in these kicks. Leg gets caught. Nice. Inseguri kick. Nice. Shooting star. Picks him up. Joe Hendry has got Jackson up. Plants him down. He gets thrown over in the corner. Hendry coming back into this. Big back body drop. That was huge. Clothesline there by Hendry as Jackson Drake spills to the outsides. Yeah, that was huge. Defcon said, what's the percentage chance of them making Evolve figures? I say about 5%. Yeah, I mean, tiny. The only thing would be if someone is on NXT and then goes back down. I mean, you know, like Nikita is kind of in Evolve and Wendy Chu is in Evolve. They might have a figure that's in the works because they've been on NXT, but now they've kind of been moved down. I mean, a Carmen Petrovic might be having a figure in the works. So, I don't know, you might find a bit of a loophole like that, but like an Evolve series of figures, it just doesn't get enough views, does it? So, tiny, absolutely tiny. We're backstage with Ren and Kendall. That looks like that's going to be our main event tonight. They're taking on Zaruka. If that is our main event, it fills me with a bit of confidence that this is where we could finally see the turn between Zaruka. Joe Hendry going back against the ropes over the other side. Jackson Drake in the middle of the ring. Hendry scoops up Jackson Drake, slams him down. Goes for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out already. Hendry grabbing a headlock. Right now he's going back against the turnbuckle. Over in the corner. Still Joe Hendry in control. Grabbing a hold of the head of Jackson Drake. Smashing him face first into the turnbuckle. And again, over the other side. Hendry looking for a suplex. Yep, got him. Picks him up. Suplex by Joe Hendry. I'm sure we'll see him as NXT champ one day, says Dr. Luchalala, who's Jackson Drake. This is not a bad match, honestly. This is giving Jackson Drake a moment to show what he can do. Get some people used to him that have not been watching. Right now, look at that. Swipe right. Vanity Projects. They got new gear, actually. They got Vanity Project on the back of their trunks. They hurl Joe Hendry into the ring steps. Referee goes, you're out of there! And Jackson Drake knows that this situation just got a lot worse for him. Beating Joe Hendry by himself was going to be unlikely. Doing it without them at ringside is borderline impossible. The tag match stipulation is hardly unique. King of the Ring 2000, the WWF titles defended in a 6-man tag match. Whoever gets the pin becomes champion. Rock pin Vince to win the title, says Robbie. Adverts, said Edwards. Final Boomer said, hello community, hello Daze, long time no see. Glad to be home here. Final Boomer, shout out to you, but welcome back. Days were less than 30 minutes from the greatest updates. Carmen Live! It's what we all wait for. It's the only reason I do these streams. I don't even like NXT. I literally just do them so that I can get my weekly update from Carmen Live. Right now we got Joe Hendry. He gets hurled into a ring post on the outside. Jackson throwing Hendry back in the ring. Swipe right went stage left, says Edwards. Okay, nice. Goes over. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Hendry. So Jackson Drake is in control after that outside interference. Looking for a swinging net breaker, and he gets it. Goes for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Right now he's going over. He's grabbing a hold of He's grabbing a hold of Joe Hendry. Crowd are chanting, "We believe, we believe, we believe." Knee coming in there by Jackson Drake. Over, bang, in the corner. Hendry goes down. Jackson Drake, 1, 2, no joy. Oh, yes, man. Jackson Drake in control. Surely this is going to end with Keanu Carver just destroying them all, said Final Boomer. How did the referee doing the "you're out of there" point get so over with the crowds? We're just, I mean, I don't remember there being a specific moment. I just remember it being a case that we started removing people from ringside and we didn't make a big deal out of it. But the fact, it was always just like a hot tag moment, you know, like a cheap pop moment. It was always a moment that people reacted to, you know, if the referee says you're gone, right? But actually, as time's gone by, that has been exaggerated. I mean, now the referee's like doing all this. You know, they make such a big thing out of it now. But I mean, it was always like a hot tag moment. It was always a moment the crowd would react to because you're removing that outside interference, aren't you? So normally it's people that are being heels that are hurt in the babyface. So, you know, if you're a fan watching and you're behind the babyface, you're going to react positively if a problem that they're encountering gets removed. Right now we've got, we're back from commercial break. Big boot coming in there by Hendry. Looking for a swinging net breaker. Jackson Drake is down. Joe Hendry is on his hands and knees. Steve said right before Zaruka breaks up, just watch. Keanu Carver's going to come from the back. He's going to tear things up. And he's going to, it's going to take to the end of the show. Joe Hendry going over, grabbing Jackson Drake. Fall away. Kip up. Turnarounds. Vic Joseph said that spin from Joe Hendry might be better than the spin-a-rooney. And Booker's like, don't go there. Don't go there, please. Don't go there. Angle slam. 1, 2. Kick out by Jackson Drake. Jared said, if you say his name and he appears, I believe in Daze. I can tell you it doesn't work for me. Too lazy. No, I'm probably asleep. Jackson is reversing. Goes for the pin on Joe. And kick out by Joe. Nice suplex by Jackson. I think this match has definitely achieved its goal of, like, Jackson is someone worth paying attention to. Crowd are hot for Joe Hendry, and that helps. He's trying to go for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Joe Hendry. So Joe Hendry managing to get that shoulder up. Jackson Drake backing over in the corner on that middle rope. He's got his sights set on Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is up, grabs him. Jackson Drake's got caught. He gets powered up. Slam down. Hendry with a choke slam, picks him up. Goes for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Joe Hendry gets the win, but I think that match definitely served its purpose. Restaurant said solid match. I agree. Crowd contributed. I need the Booker T version of this song. Oh, he gets caught. He gets taken out. Is that going to be Ricky? It is Ricky. Ricky as a mystery hooded person is kind of fun, isn't it? Just sort of playing into those thoughts that some people have that he could be that mystery person. I think his hoodie, though, had like some sparkle on it. There was some that seemed to catch the light. Bum, 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 bum. We're a team. Okay, they're a lot more united, aren't they, the NQCC? They seem to be on the same page. Ricky was glittering like a Twilight vampire. Well, he was looking fabulous. Okay, here's Hank and Tank. Hank and Tank making their way down to the ring. I believe they're taking on Vanity Project. Okay, we got 45 minutes left of the show. There's the Belly Boys. They definitely bring excitement, don't they? Radiated Zombie said, I love Ren Sinclair. I just wish they did more with her. Well, I think she stands a chance, honestly, of picking up the win tonight. We got an advert for 2K26. Rated T for teen. Belly's gonna get you. Right, proper commercial break. Proper commercial break. Get in your thoughts. What do you think about the show so far? What are you enjoying? What's is it that you... I thought that the Shiloh thing was really fun, honestly. Solid match as well there that we just had. Don't think anyone doubted for a second, though, that Joe Hendry was going to retain. But, yeah, it's been fine so far tonight. We've still got about 40-odd minutes to go. I'm very interested to see how they're going to wrap the show up. Certainly if it's ending with that tag match. Duran said, here's a drinking game. 1 shot with every pin breakup. 2 shots when the breakup is from a teammate. What, tonight for that main event? Every time a pin gets broken up, you have a shot. And every time it's someone on the same team, 2 shots. That could get messy. When is the next NXT pay-per-view, said Bishop. I think there's a rumor that it's early March. I'm sure I heard a rumor, we covered it in Unseen, that it's like early March and then there's one late March as well. Do we think Evolve talent is doing better than LFG talent? Why do we think that's the case? Well, I think LFG, we only tend to see the winners, don't we? Or, I don't know, it's hard because I haven't watched LFG, so it's hard to know who an LFG talent is and who isn't. The only thing I could say is Shiloh, I believe, won and is doing pretty well. We had Jasper Troy win, and I don't know. I don't think he's really done a great deal. Is it Skylar Grey one? We haven't really seen much from her yet. To be honest, I think they're just two separate things. One of them is a bit of a tournament competition to find a winner, and then those winners get the prize of going to NXT. The other is like a brand where, you know, we've got loads of different people that have come down from NXT, people that have come in from WWEID, people that have come in from LFG, next in line talent, people that have come through tryouts. So one feels like a bit of a competition to try and find a winner, and they get a prize. The other one feels like a brand. So I don't know that they're comparable in that regard. I mean, Evolve is just going to keep giving you talent and bringing them through. And, you know, LFG will keep finding winners for as long as you want to do that show. But I don't think the ratings in that show are that great, actually. I don't know that LFG is going to be sticking around. I don't see any reason why Evolve would go away. The only thing about Evolve is if it loses its 2B deal, would they keep going with it? Don't know. That's interesting. I mean, maybe if they both lose their TV deals, we live in a world where we lose both. Maybe we don't have Evolve and we don't have LFG. Not sure. Don't know what the future is, but I feel like there's a need for Evolve. I feel like it serves a purpose. I don't feel like LFG does. LFG is just a show for the sake of having a show. It doesn't serve a purpose. But I think having a brand below NXT is... I think there's a need for that. I think there's a purpose for that. So, yeah, I hope Evolve lives. But I personally wouldn't mind if LFG, you know... If it's not working or whatever, if that kind of, you know, goes away. I've still not watched it. Perhaps I'll feel different if I watch it. Okay, we're backstage and we've got Dark State. They're different purposes, really, said Dots Luchalala. LFG has got a more reality vibe from what I've heard. Yeah, but honestly, I've seen so many adverts for it and it feels, as you say, reality. Cutler said he's going to handle the Tony D'Angelo problem. Do your thing. Okay, here's Swipe Right. I wonder if they're going to use the Swipe Right name or if they are using them as vanity projects. Vanity projects. I think they've got rid of Swipe Right as a name, you know. I didn't mind Swipe Right, and I sort of liked the hand gesture and everything, but yeah, they do have new gear that says Vanity Project. They're a good team, these two, you know. Brad Baylor and Ricky Smokes, they're a decent tag team. It's going to be interesting, though, because I think they can wrestle, but they're in there with the big belly boys. Brad Baylor in there with... I love Brad Baylor. He's such a throwback to the 90s. I mean, who has a centre part in this day and age? You've got to love him. He gets picked up, slammed down. Here's Tank. Nice arm drag. Lovely bumping and selling by Brad Baylor. Working on the arm. Bang. And again, going over, making the tag. In comes Hank. Hank. Go back in the corner. Takes over Brad Baylor. Leg drop. 1, 2, kick out. Yeah, he has, actually. I was just thinking that. Hamp Walker has really found a groove. When we first saw him, he was working in security for NXT. Oh, big knee in the back. Shot coming in. Enziguri kick there by Brad Baylor. Tag being made. In comes Ricky Smokes. Baylor, shoulder first. Big boot. Down goes Hank. 2. Kick out by Hank. Right now we've got headlock being applied, and it's in, and it's fast. Everything's quite snappy. Nice, headlock's in. He's trying to keep it on as well. I mean, it's funny, isn't it, how you can put a bear hug on or a headlock on and you can just hold it, whatever. There's a massive difference between having a headlock on and just holding it there. Or, like, do you know what I mean? Like, battling away with it, grinding it in, like, facial expressions, working. There's a big difference between those two. And we just saw that from Ricky, actually. Came in, got this headlock on, and you can make that as boring as you want. You can make it as entertaining as you want. We're just seeing backstage Zarya doing what I do before each stream. Just getting like a big metal girder. Just doing like some curls with it, you know? I like to do that before each stream as well. Just gets me in the mood. Tag being made. In comes Tank. Brad Baylor reminds me of a young Ted DiBiase Sr. in the ring, says Steve. Oh, love that comparison. Brad could be like a young HBK. I see that as well, yeah. I agree. Over in the corner, tag being made. I think his look is a bit different as well. Like Ricky, I feel like there's a few Ricky Smokes. I mean, Ricky Smokes could be a bit like Ricky Saints, actually. But Brad Baylor has got a bit of a uniqueness about him that makes him sort of stand out. That centre part in being very 90s as well helps him stand out. I like them. I am a fan of Swipe Right or Vanity Project. Chop to the back, going over. Hank charging in. Look at that. Ricky getting out the way. Lovely. Look at the tag work now. Drop kick there by Brad Baylor. Ricky has got Hank in the corner. They're working together. That's nice. That's nice because you got Ricky on top throwing down shots. You got Brad Baylor on the ground throwing in kicks. So Hank's actually getting it from different levels. So Vanity Project showing that they're certainly not here to be pushed around. Shot there by Baylor as Hank's over against the ropes. And I got to say as well, it's nice seeing him in a tag match because we've been watching quite a bit of these guys in Evolve, and they've been in a lot of like 6-person tag matches. And yeah, for me, like that kind of waters them down a little bit. The door is open in the tag division. Shot to the midsection there by Ricky. All Tank can do is watch on. Ricky in there with Hank at the moment. There's a big elbow to the midsection. Forearm shot coming in by the big man. He goes down. He's over in the corner. Big boot in the side of the heads. Ricky is choking out Hank. Tag being made. Brad Baylor goes in hard into the corner. Rolls out the way, in comes Tank. Whoa, look at the height, man. Look at the height. He's got him up. The Belly Boys. Going to the outside. Charge him round, Tank. I don't know what he was doing. I can't even work out what that was. Tank ran around on the outside and seemingly just ran himself into the ring post. What was that? I don't even know what I don't even know what he was trying to do. I'd have to look at a replay of that. The moron just headbutted the ring post, said Sean. I really need to watch a replay of that. That needs to be studied. The only thing I can think was that Ricky might have had his foot by the ring post, and so Tank was running around and was gonna headbutt his foot, and Ricky moved his foot, so he headbutted the ring post instead. Was it something like that? Dunno. I feel like this match has jumped the shark now. Kick coming in there by Ricky. Crowd is still into it, though. They're honking away. Knee coming into the back there by Ricky. Shot coming back there by Tank. Hank and Tank aren't the sharpest tools, said Spawny. I heard Brad Baylor was standing there for a bit. Tank ran over, but he moved, but the cameras didn't catch him. Right. Maybe you're correct. Maybe it's just that we didn't get to see because of the camera angle. Tag being made. Scoops up. Slams him down. So Hank is in there right now. Either way, I'm at the point where I'm ready for this to conclude. I think we've gone too long with this. Oh, that was good though by Hank going for the cover to kick out. This thing carrying on. In a shed full of tools, Hank and Tank are complete hammers, said Rob. Big Time said, I thought tonight was probably the show presentation for the NXT men's division to try and get over with characters or promo time. Well, I think they're trying to build up vanity projects here, and I think it's probably worked. I mean, the match hasn't been bad, but I do think it's going on a bit too long at this point, and I don't know, that spot just looks so weird on TV that I'm kind of thinking about that more than I am the action that's going on right now. Going for the pin to elbow drop there by Brad Baylor. Shot coming in. Tank goes down. Brad Baylor getting back in. Picking up Hank. Drop kick. Hank goes down. Here's the cover. 1, 2. Tank makes the save. We're carrying on. Ricky comes over. Back elbow coming in. Kick there by Tank. Ricky Smokes goes to the outsides. Picked up. Kind of got in the way a bit. Planted down. Tag mates. This could be the end now. Belly Boys have got Brad Baylor in sight. Collide into him. Scoop him up. Well, I don't know if Ricky might get involved. He does. Blimey now. Jesus Christ, this match is never ended. It's never ended. I'm out. I'm out. I've left. I've gone the pub. Brad Baylor looks like an older Minkus from Boys Meets Worlds. Okay, we're bringing out some tag teams. Here's OTM. OTM, Cullen. We got a few teams in the entranceway. Now we've got Jackson Drake getting involved. And this thing's probably going to end because of Jackson Drake. Yeah, it's a win for the Vanity Project. Thanks to Jackson Drake. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Shenanigans, said Jeremy. Shenanigans. Lots of shenanigans. I mean, both of those teams show that they've got cardio and conditioning. I mean, they were operating at a really good pace. Okay, Shiloh taking on Ethan next week on the show. Okay, so Ethan against Shiloh next week. Also next week, Kalani Jordan against Lola Vice. Kalani Jordan against Lola Vice. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Main event time. Or I believe it's main event time. Zarya is going to make her entrance. I hate that. I hate when Sol Ruka's music interrupts Zarya's. Sucks. But Zaruka versus Ren QCC. Days I heard Booker T singing Hendry's theme during Hendry's segment, and I laughed. Booker gets me every time, says Carmen. Hello, Carmen. Hope you're doing well, buds. Dun, 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 dun. Women's tag match, said Wrestling Fan. That's what we've got right now. Okay, so it is going to be the women's tag match. It is going to be our main, I think it's our main event. Certainly not expecting another match after this one. 25 minutes left in the show tonight. Zarya has got to stop being so bitter, said Alex. In reality, she could have just gone singles gold all the time that Sol was double champion. Real John said, wouldn't this have made more sense to have been a fatal four-way? Yeah. Restaurant said they have got to stop with that combined entrances. Days, what's the prediction? Punk or Roman? Does Roman win or does Punk retain? What's the early prediction? I think I'd probably be leaning towards... Roman. Probably be leaning towards Roman because I think the plan is that WrestleMania 43 is going to be Roman versus Rock. And so I think what you want to do is you want to spend the next 12 months building Roman again. Not that he needs much building, but just giving him wins, giving him momentum, giving him a title run. Maybe he holds that World Heavyweight Championship for like 12 months. Like, give him, build him. And then that means next year he goes in right back at the very top again as a champion, a long reigning champion against The Rock. And we do Rock Roman. So, I don't know. Do you have Roman lose the year before we do that match? If that is the match that we're doing, do you have Roman lose to CM Punk? You can, and you can always start heating up Roman at SummerSlam, but I just go back to WrestleMania 31, and I said this the other day, the reason why Sting lost was because they were going to do Rock Triple H at WrestleMania 32. So they didn't want Triple H to lose at 31. That's the reason as to why they had Triple H win. And then, of course, Triple H Rock doesn't happen at 32. So really, that was a waste of time. So, I mean, I don't know that logic has changed. If you are going to do Rock Roman at 43, then do you have Roman lose at 42? So, with nothing else to base it on, I will give you the answer of I think they go with Roman. Does Roman need to have a title involved? No, doesn't need to have a title involved. It's certainly bigger than any belt. But I think what you do want to do is you want to make sure that Roman goes in as big as he possibly can be. You want Roman to go in full of momentum, with plenty of good wins under his belt. And I don't know that you want him to have lost WrestleMania the year before. That was a consideration when it came to Triple H at WrestleMania 31. I can't imagine that thought process has changed. But no, I mean, it wouldn't be about the belt. It wouldn't be about the World Heavyweight Championship. Really, you just need that so that Roman has a good run, a good year. He needs to have a good 12 months. He needs to not go away and come back and just do a bit of a nothing story, you know? He needs something that he can actually get his teeth into. That's what he needs. So it's going to be very interesting. We don't even know if Rock Roman is the plan, but we know that The Rock has been offered a large amount of money. A large amount of money. The most money any wrestler's been offered to actually compete in a match. So it's millions and millions and millions. So we know there's a considerable amount of money that's on the table, and there's plenty of notice given as well. So okay, we're just seeing Vegas, obviously WrestleMania coming up there. Not crazy about the ticket sales so far. Here backstage with Sean Legacy. We're back, said Edwards. I don't want Rock Roman. I want Roman to be heel in that match, said Nelson. This is going to sound crazy. I want to fight Keanu Carver. Okay, in 2 weeks' time, we got Sean Legacy against Keanu Carver. Okay, so Vanity Project are backstage demanding that they get added. Okay, Fatal 4-Way tag match. Oh, here's Miles. Has he got more tattoos? He's got a new logo. Maybe it's time you do something out of character. Okay, NXT's on the road. Did you watch the Super Bowl? I didn't, but no. If you did, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope Miles didn't pay for that sleeve, said Akeem. Okay. Next week, we got the final of the Speed Tournament. Tony D'Angelo takes on Cutler James. That goes down next week. Daze, do we think Adam Pearce is the masked man? No, but he can't be. He was out there at the time, wasn't he? Okay, so Hank and Tank, Cullen, OTM, Vanity Project, #1 contenders, Fatal 4-Way. Not leaving loads of time for this final match, are we? Okay, here's Ren QCC. It is time for our main event. We got about 15 minutes left, that's all. Okay, so Ren is just saying a few words to Kendall as she makes her way up the steps. I was just thinking, I'm not crazy about Kendall's music personally. I think it's good that they can chant Kendall, but I feel like you could do that with so many different themes. It doesn't make that a good theme. But if they do replace it, they probably should. There we go. Just dips out, doesn't it? And I really don't know why. Kick coming in. Had a couple of little dropouts tonight, which is a bit annoying. Charging in. There we go. Colliding in the corner. Oh. Zarya collides into Ren. Soul comes over. Zarya pushing Soul. So already we've got a breakdown in communication. Going for the cover. No. Oh, Zarya prevents the pin. So Soul going for the cover. Zarya pulls Soul off. Ren, no, reversed. Are we going to get the breakdown tonight? That's the question. Are we going to get the breakdown tonight? Okay, the crowd are chanting Zaruka. Soul against the ropes. Back slap tag. Zarya makes her way in the ring. Zarya chants. Ren. Duck underneath. Over the other sides. Nice. Turtle whirl into the corner. Tag made. In comes Kendall. Lovely quick kick there by Kendall. Drop kick by Ren. Zarya in big trouble. Kendall goes up, over, stomps down. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. Kick out. She's trying to grab a hold of the head there of Zarya. Kendall back up to her feet. She's getting picked up. No joy. Picked up again. Thrown back. Ooh. Bit of an awkward landing, but she was okay. Kicks out. In comes Ren. Ren, QCC working well together. They've got Zarya up. No, reverse. Suplex there by Zarya. Zarya just gives a dirty look in Soul's direction. Over the other side, double back elbow. Down goes... Yeah, they are starting to work together. 1, 2. I told you this is... Oh, God, they are so unlikable. They are so unlikable. I hope we get a women's tag title run from Ren QCC one day, even if it is short, said Alex. Please just do the turn tonight, said Brony. Double drop kick. Sol and Zarya get caught on the ropes. These two have to come over and clothesline them to the outsides. Is that a commercial break spot? Ren with a crossbody to the outsides. Here's Kendall. Kendall, moonsault him. Are we going to get a Kendall salt? Kendall with a moonsault. I don't know that I've seen her do a moonsault to the outside before. It's not a hard thing to chuck in the arsenal. But it's worth having, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I've certainly not seen her do that in Evolve. I hope Ren is training with Kendall. She could upgrade her in-ring stuff too. Tribal List said, I have. I love them. Well, we are at commercial break. We're at commercial break. I think the audio has dipped out. Shoulder tackle there by Ren. Yeah, the audio is completely gone. Oh, it's back now. Charging him. It normally dips out when we go to commercial break, but that was like for quite a long period of time. Suplex. We've got 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. This is 2 hours of adverts with occasional wrestling break. In comes Zarya. Picture in picture. Kendall gets driven back. Shoulder barge to the midsection. They've got to do the split tonight. They absolutely have to. There is nothing left to squeeze out. I agree. It just makes me not like them. I actively don't like them right now. They clearly don't like each other. They're clearly frustrated with each other. There is absolutely no reason for them to have to stay together. Just go and do separate things. Kendall in the corner. Robert Stone is a genius. If this doesn't end Zaruka, then nothing will, said Davids. Shot to the midsection there by Kendall. And again... Big shots coming in. Against the ropes. Big boot there by Zarya. 1, 2. No joy. Kendall managing to kick out. Zarya grabbing Kendall. Picking her up. She's got her on her shoulders. So Torture Rack is in. Who is the better GM, Ava or Robert Stone? Well, it's too early to say, isn't it? But Robert Stone's just got carnage this week, but I think that was to be expected. Okay, we are back. Round the back goes Kendall. Nice backstabber. Backstabber to Zarya. Here we go then. The final run. Wow, that was lovely. That was lovely by Kendall. Coming off the corner, hitting a tornado DDT. That was lovely by Kendall. That was so good. Restaurant said, it pains me to say because I love Sol and I love Zarya, but I can't stand them. It is... Sol is amazing. Zarya is amazing. They are not... Partnership has run its course. I completely agree. There is nothing left to milk. It is done. It is beyond done. It was flipping done ages ago. 1, 2. I need to get a real answer with actual reasoning. Is so real, says Alex. Here we go. Nice. German there by Sol. Missile drop kick there by Sol. Right now, Ren is down. Oh, she went for a big kick. Reversed. It feels like we're at the interesting part of the match now. Oh, 2. Feels like we're at the interesting part of the match because this thing could end in any moment. If there is going to be a falling out, they're going to need a good few minutes for that. So we've got about 4 minutes left to go. Round the back goes Sol. Roll up. 2. Sol comes over. Back slap tag there by Zarya. These two are arguing. Okay, Sol gets pushed to the outside by Ren. 1, 2. Kick out. Inside cradle by Ren. Zarya kicks out. Big shot there by Ren. And again. Big chops coming in. Ren. Big boot to the midsection. Double underhooks. No joy. Zarya with a headbutt. Thought she was going to go pump handle. She didn't. She went German. She goes back to the corner. Tag's going to be made. Kendall is in. Kendall. Bang. Takedown. Looking for the armbar. Zarya is in trouble. Zarya in trouble. She can't quite get it though, Kendall. She's trying. She can't quite get it. 1, 2. Kick out there by Kendall. Zarya goes back to the corner. Ah, big knee there by Zarya. Kendall goes down. Is this going to be beginning of the ends? No, reversed. Inside cradle. 1, 2. Ugh. Kick out. Bang. Super kick. Back in the corner. Sol goes down. He's saying the tag was made. Big spear. Yeah, referee has already said a tag's been made. I mean, I don't think that... Did that count as a tag? Sol Ruka is in. Sol Snatcher! Did she get it? I don't even know if she got it. 1, 2, 3. Sol gets it. Sol gets it with a Sol Snatcher. Oh, mate, that is not going to do great things for this relationship. Zarya was working on Ren. Sol has managed to get the victory on Kendall. Mate. I was so desperate for this thing to end here. Is it going to end here? Maybe it was... Please. 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 Mate, she got none of that Sol Snatcher. Kendall just ended up falling forward. Kendall just went like that. Sol got none of that Sol Snatcher. Do you know what? If I'm Zarya, I'm extra livid because actually it looks like Kendall's in on this. It looks like Kendall's in on it as well. Everyone is working together to make sure that Zarya doesn't get a title shot. This is a conspiracy. She is going to be livid when she sees that replay. Didn't get all of it. Understatement of the year. Ah, yes. Hold the phone. We're bringing out Fatal Influence. I'll negotiate. Weakness. Zarya, look at her face in the background. Old Moody McGrew. Deal with it. You lost. Well, there we go. That was NXT. And I don't know, man. I don't know how people are feeling. How are people feeling? That main event gave us everything we expected. It was full of shenanigans. Not much else. Well, I say not much else. That would be disrespectful. You know, Kendall, as always, doing Kendall things. But, oh my God, I was so desperate for tonight to be the night that it happened. I was so desperate for this thing to not keep going. I do not care about this split. You have gone way too long with it. I have gone past caring. If Zarya costs Sol, I will not care. That is where I am with it. I was praying it would be tonight, but it was not to be. What if Sol beats JC? Sol joins Fatal Influence, says Steve. They could kick JC out and she could go to main roster. Sol turns on Zarya. Is that the end game, said Steve. Well, Steve, we might be giving creative too much credit if they come up with something that interesting. I mean, what I will say is I've got more confidence in NXT creative than I do the main roster creative. But, don't know. I mean, honestly, it feels like Sol's going to go for the title. Zarya's probably going to cost her. That was mentioned earlier, and yeah. Triple A said Daze Punk lost his last WrestleMania main event. So did Roman against Cody. Someone will lose again. Same with Cody. He has lost 2 of his 3 main events. Do we think Roman beats Rock if it happens? Yes. I think Roman beats Rock if it happens. Now, Fast Gaming said Jace is never going to the main roster. She is an NXT lifer. Heel turn for Sol would be too creative, says Humpty. Cassandra said today is my birthday. Happy birthday, buds. Happy birthday. Daze Zarya is going to try and cost Sol that title next week, said Word Life Cena fan. Glockness said I don't want them to split up now. WrestleRant said the last few minutes of that match was fun, but no split, so it sucked. Carmen said I'm giving NXT tonight an 8. I don't know what I would give it tonight, honestly. I feel like this show drifted again for me. I feel like this feels a bit like Raw, where Raw started off pretty strong and then it drifted. I feel like the first hour of this was good, and then the second hour, don't know. I was struggling a bit, really. Vanity Project Hank and Tank was good, but it outstayed its welcome, in my opinion. It just went too long, but there was some really good stuff that was in there. I mean, you know, it showcases them. Joe Hendry, Jackson Drake was solid. I think that was match of the night for me, actually. Joe Hendry against Jackson Drake. With a better finish between Blake and Jada, that might have been in contention, but I think Joe Hendry, Jackson Drake gets match of the night. Zaru Karen QCC was what we expected. Shenanigans, you know, arguing, bickering, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I mean, look, this wasn't bad. I don't know that there's anything here to write home about. Just, if I was, and I'm not, but if I was going to do like a big like video breakdown, I don't know what my thumbnail would be. Do you know, my thumbnail might actually be that dude that was in the crowd. And I might put WTF behind it. That dude that was in the crowd that was there to promote a movie. That might be my thumbnail if I was. I'm not doing one. I'm not doing a breakdown. But if I was, it might be that. Or it might be a picture of Sol and Zarya with the words, please split. Please. Please. But we can't be far away now, can we? Ninja said last week was definitely better. Sol's not going to win because she's going to get called up, says Pop. What was match of the night from the community? I'll tell you in a minute. We just need a few more votes on this. Don't forget, you can leave your feedback for the Wrestle Feud as well. If you've not done that, the link is at the top. Get your votes in. Daze, I don't know if it's been reported, but the masked man on Raw has got a tattoo on the ankle. The same tattoo that Waller has got. So now I'm 80% certain it's Waller. Well, it was Waller apparently at the Rumble. I could believe that it was Waller on Raw. But we don't know that it's going to be revealed to be Grayson Waller. It could just be Grayson Waller that's under the mask, under the hood, and then it's going to be revealed to be Seth. So I can tell you that it was Waller at the Rumble. That was the big report rumor that was doing the rounds. If you're telling me that it feels like it's Waller again, I could believe that. But I still don't know that it's going to be revealed to be Grayson. I enjoyed Blake Jada post-angle. Tony D got a big pop with the Attack of Dark State. And it was a good showcase for Jackson Drake. Yep. I would say those are the highlights. You should put the movie dude in Unseen. Well, he was seen, to be honest. We definitely saw him. But, yeah, it was probably the weirdest part of the night, wasn't it? Is there a chance that Seth was the masked attacker? Theory is still a mole for him? Yes. There is definitely still a chance of that. Right, let's get the score. Okay, good 93. Okay, so I can tell you match of the night, according to the community, was Joe Hendry against Jackson Drake. I agree. Second was Blake Jada. You gave that good 97. So Joe Hendry, Jackson Drake, good 100. Blake Jada, good 97. Vanity Project against Hank and Tank, good 88. I feel like that's a bit harsh. Probably it was better than that. But I wouldn't have been down on that getting a good 94, 95. But yeah, I mean, it just kept going and going and going, and it just outstayed its welcome for me. Then we had the main event, which you lot just said was good 93. We didn't score the speed match. You lot said that main event was good 93. Oh, I think that's fair. There was definitely good work that was in there, but yeah, I think a lot of us are just over the Zaruka thing. It's just outstayed its welcome. So score-wise on this show, 6-5-ish for me. I really struggled a bit with that second hour, but I did enjoy actually the Shiloh bit when that match got announced and he was sort of waving that machete around and Ethan's like this, like that was pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, look, there's definitely some positives here, like Big Time just said. You know, we're trying to showcase that new talent, but don't know, we're not really, for me, not massively setting the world on fire with what we're doing at the moment. Big Time said, I agree, it did feel a little bit like it fell off a cliff. Carmen said, days temperatures were in high 40s, maybe low 50s today in Hammond, Indiana. It's currently 33. Ooh. Right, I think we're done, my friends. Really appreciate people joining us. It's interesting, I ended that poll, but yet it's still showing on screen. Oh, I wonder if it froze when we... Probably froze, didn't it? Probably froze because of the fact that we had a bit of a crash or something. So but that's okay. We're going now anyway. We'll be back tomorrow for Evolve. And many of you will probably see us on Friday for SmackDown. But yeah, I'm not down on the show. It was still fine, acceptable, but yeah, I think it's lacking that OMG moment. You know, it's a normal show that just gets us from point A to point B, just kind of builds a few things, but if you need to know quite comfortably, this is one where if you were going out it's okay to miss this one. So there we go. Right, awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. And I'm going to go work on Unseen. And I will maybe see you tomorrow. If not, I will see you on Friday. Bye for now.